Okay, through your worship, we're live.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and good morning, everybody. Good to see everybody out and about on this beautiful summer sunny day. We'll start our meeting off with our land acknowledgement, and I'll look to Deputy Mayor Snell for that. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, everybody. The town of Wasaga Beach acknowledges that it's located upon the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe people of the Three Fires Confederacy. We also acknowledge that the people of the Wendat Nation are also inhabited these lands. We acknowledge that these nations were sovereign nations existing before the arrival of settlers. We respect the spiritual interconnection among these nations to the land and to the water. We also acknowledge that waterways near us have a long history predating European arrival. Since time immemorial, waterways were the lifeblood of the Indigenous people by trade and hunting routes. We are dedicated to the inclusivity of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people in our future stewardship of the land and the longest freshwater beach in the world. In the spirit of reconciliation, we welcome the opportunity of learning to be sustainable caretakers of the land and waterways for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Magwish. Now moving on to item number 2, disclosure of pecuniary interest. I have none before me at this time. If at some point a member feels they have a pecuniary interest, please let us know at that time. And then we move on to item number 3, approval of the agenda. Before we get there, though, I think it's important to make a couple of notes this morning. Councillor DeLeo sends her regrets. She is on a well-deserved vacation, so she's not with us today. I'm sure we all wish we were with her, but I'm sure she's having a great time. And then I think it's important to point out that one of our residents, a fairly long-time resident, prominent resident within our community, Mr. David Riziki, passed away this past Saturday. David Riziki, for those of you who don't know, came to Wasaga Beach somewhere around 1988 and started and founded the Parkbridge Communities. And of course, Wasaga Beach, I believe, is a municipality with the largest Parkbridge developments within our boundaries. And so Dave was a great man, very spiritual man, and an amazing vocalist as well. So no doubt David will be missed by his family, his friends, and co-workers. And we just want the Riziki family to know that they're in our thoughts and prayers today. And we know that Dave is in a better place, and he'll be singing to the angels for certain. And then, before we go any further, I do have a notice of motion that I want to put forward, and I'll look to the clerk to assist with that. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. For a matter of procedure, we will have to waive the procedural bylaw to hear that notice of motion and to consider the contents today. So with Council's indulgence, I ask for the following. That Council waive Sections 5.05D and Section 6.11C of the procedural bylaw to hear a notice of motion from Mayor Brian Smith and to consider that motion today, and that the contents of the agenda for July 29th, 2024 be approved as amended. If I can get a mover and seconder, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor Belanger. All in favor? Carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And so just a brief explanation. As you all know, we've been facing some very trying times over the last week with respect to the beachfront here in Wasaga Beach, and concerned about people defecating on the beach. And so I feel it's very important to bring this notice of motion forward and to waive the procedural bylaw so that we can get this motion hopefully approved today by Council and sent out to the Honourable Premier Doug Ford and some ministers in order to get some corrections and some better servicing here to our provincial park. And so the notice of motion, members of council, dated today, whereas the town of Wasaga Beach is home to the longest freshwater beach in the world, and whereas the town of Wasaga Beach hosts millions of tourists each year that come to enjoy the town and the provincial park and what it has to offer. And whereas Wasaga Beach is the only municipality in the province of Ontario that has a provincial park 100% embedded within the town boundaries, and is what the town believes to be one of the busiest provincial parks and one of the highest revenue generating parks in the province. And whereas approximately 25% of the town's landmass is provincial park, including almost all of the 14 kilometers of beachfront. And whereas the reputation of the town of Wasaga Beach is being gravely harmed due to concerns from citizens and tourists regarding the quality of care and lack thereof of the Wasaga Beach Provincial Park. And whereas the town of Wasaga Beach currently has a bylaw in place that prohibits tents on any town-owned waterfront lands. Therefore, be it resolved that the town of Wasaga Beach immediately requests assistance from the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, to work with the town of Wasaga Beach on implementing rules for the provincial park beachfront that prohibits any enclosed temporary structure on the beach. And further that the province immediately looks to invest more resources and finances into the Wasaga Beach Provincial Park to bring it back to a standard similar to which it was when the park was first created, being better managed washroom facilities, clean and pristine beach, increased garbage receptacles and collection, increased repair and maintenance on all buildings, structures, picnic tables, etc., owned by the province. And further that the town also requests more provincial park wardens to enforce rules and regulations within the provincial park boundaries and to drastically increase the fines for individuals found violating these rules. And further that the town is urgently requesting a meeting with the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, and the Honourable Andrea Kangin, Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks, and the Honourable Stan Chow, Minister of Tourism, Culture and Gaming and Ministry of Sport, at either Queen's Park or the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO, conference in Ottawa. And further that a copy of this resolution be sent to the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Honourable Andrea Kangin, Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks, and the Honourable Stan Chow, Minister of Tourism, Culture and Gaming and Ministry of Sport, and the MPP Brian Saunderson, AMO and the County of Simcoe. Signed by myself, Mayor Brian Smith. Any questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think that's very well written and right on point. Respectfully, should we perhaps add some sort of comment by the province? They've been silent during this whole process, which is quite frustrating given that they are the ones who govern those lands. So should we be requesting some sort of comment or public information, a response from the province in regards to this issue and concern?
I'm sure we could absolutely amend the motion to include that. I think you make a good and fair point, Deputy Mayor Snell. If you will need her to move that amendment and have a seconder for that, correct, Madam Clerk?
The motion hasn't been seconded, so if you, as the mover, approve of the friendly amendment, then we can include that.
Okay, I'm fine to approve that. Okay. Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship. Fantastic letter, and I appreciate you doing this on behalf of the town of Wasaga Beach. A lot of people don't understand that the beach is controlled 100% by the province in a provincial park, and a lot of the social media attention and negativity towards some of the actions that have been happening on the beach have been directed and misdirected towards the town and the people of Wasaga Beach, and saying that the leadership here and the people are doing nothing about what's going on down that beachfront and that the conditions are such. So, and saying straightforward today that it is the province's responsibility to manage that provincial park, and we're standing up today saying that we need some better attention. I applaud your letter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ego.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I just would like to reiterate, I thank you very much for that letter. It is, even residents in the town don't realize that the town is not responsible for the beaches. So to make it really clear to everyone, I thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Belanger.
Yeah, thank you, through Your Worship. First of all, I'm very disappointed that the activity on social media and elsewhere in the media on what is, I understand, to be unsubstantiated reports. I personally believe that the situation is very rare. I can't say that it would never happen, but I think it's fairly rare. And I would suggest that a lot of the comments on social media were directed in a way that was racist, and I'm very, very concerned about that. And the impact on our economy. So for anybody who's active on social media in the public, it would probably be well worth it to put some positive comments in, because this is a situation that can impact the financial viability of Wasaga Beach very much. And I think it went viral, and the problem is very minimal compared to the millions of visitations that we get every year to Wasaga Beach. So again, I think it would be on the best of all of our residents to express concern and to rebut some of this information that we see. We are, I think, a very accepting community, and yes, what is suggested is terrible, and we should do everything possible that it never happens, but it is clearly blown way out of proportion, in my opinion.
Thank you, Councillor Boulanger. Moving over to Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick comment. I think it's important that the public understand that the town was not passing the buck to the province, and I kept reading that all the time, like we're sitting back and doing nothing. There's been many, many conversations for a long, long time this term with the parks as well as the ministry, and you know, I'm happy to see that this motion is being made this morning. I full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. I'll just add, you know, everything you've heard here is absolutely correct, and it's now obviously a level of frustration, and I can't tell you how disappointed I am. Listen, are there bad actors that come to Wasaga Beach like they go to any other beach in this country? Absolutely. There's no doubt. We know it. We see it on a regular basis on different weekends, and we see many different things that occur, as they do in every community in our province, in our country, across North America for that matter. We're so fortunate and blessed here in Canada that we don't have the types of issues they have south of the border, that's for certain. But this has now got to be to a point where it is so disheartening. I can't tell you how many emails I've received over the last week since this young lady went viral with this on TikTok or social media. And, you know, not a lot of emails from rational individuals. A lot of very, very dark, racist emails. It's very disheartening, both from some of our locals and, of course, from people who probably don't even know where Wasaga Beach is. It's opened a door for those people to get out and say and do whatever they feel they should be able to say and do. And it's very disheartening. But the level of frustration for me is that this is our community, and it's an amazing community. And we do have the longest freshwater beach, which is very clean and safe. When there are beaches closed all over the place across this province and this country, Wasaga Beach is still open and safe and clean. And so it's so unfortunate that instead of bringing these concerns to the attention of the parks or council or the police, that it's got to this point. But I guess the good news about this is that it has now brought a level of frustration and awareness that it is high time, and I mean this with all due respect to the province, because I know the challenges we face at the local level, and I know the challenges the province faces. It's not easy. It's not rocket science, but it's not easy. But it's high time that the province step up. They created this provincial park to be a playground and a recreational park for this province, this country. And when they did so, it was an absolute beautiful, pristine park. And it has been left to decay ever since. And I'm sorry, but it's the longest freshwater beach in the world. It's our community. It's our livelihood. Thousands of families depend on this longest freshwater beach in the world to live. And it's high time that they step up and they start to pay attention, and they treat this as though it is the longest freshwater beach in the world, because I would argue that if this beach was anywhere else in the world, the governments there would be giving it every bit of attention possible to preserve it and to make it and to keep it what it is. And it was created, as I say, as a recreational beach. It has been a recreational beach, and it should remain a recreational beach. But to have picnic benches falling apart, to have washrooms that are just, quite frankly, not in the greatest of shape or not maintained, to not have enough garbage receptacles. You know, we talk about all the garbage people leave, and yes, there's bad actors that are throwing garbage on the ground because it's just, they're uneducated and it's what they do. But I can tell you, when I drive that beach every single busy weekend or any busy afternoon, if the garbage receptacles are kept clean and empty, people use them for the most part. And when do we see that it starts to overflow? When garbages aren't getting emptied. You know, our CAO pointed out to me several years ago his experience with Disney. Disney has a garbage receptacle every 28 feet. That's why you don't see garbage in Disney. So it's time. It's time to say, let's put all the excuses and whatever it is we need to use aside, and let's do what's right, and let's bring the Wasaga Beach Provincial Park back to a level that it was at and should be at today and for future generations. So we've all heard the motion. Madam Clerk, do you have something to add?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was remiss because you introduced this motion. We will relinquish your chair to the Deputy Mayor. We do have Mayor Smith as moving the motion. If you could call for a seconder and call for the vote.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Can I have a seconder, please, for Mayor Smith's motion? Councillor Ego, and we'll have a call for the vote, please. Madam Clerk? Sorry, all those in favor?
So the motion carries unanimously, and that correspondence will go out later today. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. We'll now move on to the approval of the agenda. We did that. Well, thank you very much. All right. Now moving on to our statutory public meetings, item number 4 on the agenda. We have 4 public meetings on the agenda today, which we can see is clearly of interest to the folks here in Wasaga Beach. So welcome, everybody. Glad you're out and about and coming to express your concerns or support. So the first public statutory meeting is with regards to the Cedar Grove Parkway, legally described as Concession 3, Part Lot 34, public meeting under the Planning Act Zoning Bylaw Amendment Z00724. Planning Staff Presentation and Zoning Bylaw Amendment 700724. This is a public meeting regarding proposed application for a zoning bylaw amendment submitted for the property municipally addressed as 101 Cedar Grove Parkway. The application being considered is proposed zoning bylaw amendment file number Z007-24. This public meeting is an opportunity for members of the public to learn more about the proposed development. For council, this public meeting is not to engage in debate regarding the merits of the application, nor is it intended to be a question and answer session. It is simply to make council aware of the public's comments and to ask any clarifying questions. No decisions are being made at this public meeting, and please be advised that you must make a request in writing if you wish to receive a notice of any decision of council regarding the application. To make a written request for notice of this meeting, please fill in the planning public meeting sign-in sheet located with the Deputy Clerk, who is here to our right. And we'll now call upon our staff member, Cameron Watt, planning staff, and they'll now make a brief presentation, and will provide further details with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. Cameron, good morning, and welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning to council, to staff, and to any members of the public that are in attendance for this morning's public meeting. As you can see on the screen before you, the applicant that has submitted the application is William Barnes and Patricia Jago. The agent is Michael Benner, and Mr. Benner is in attendance today to represent the applicant. The application before you is proposed zoning bylaw amendment, town file number Z00724. This is just an overview of the staff presentation this morning. As you can see, staff will first speak to the purpose of the public meeting. This will be followed by an overview of the planning application process. Staff will then introduce the application and present the subject lands and the proposed development. So the purpose of the public meeting, so a public meeting is required under the Planning Act for a zoning bylaw amendment application. Town planning staff are introducing the applicant's proposal to council and the general public. The purpose of the public meeting is to provide the public with an opportunity to share written comments and make oral submissions to council. So this slide just depicts the planning application process to date with regards to the application. As you can see on the screen, the application was received by planning staff. The application was deemed complete, and a notice of complete application and public meeting were circulated. We are now here at the public meeting. Moving forward, there will be a staff and agency review of the application. There will be a staff recommendation to council and ultimately a council decision, and this application is subject to an appeal period. So in terms of the proposal, the proposed zoning bylaw amendment application submission is intended to facilitate a campground commercial development, and this development consists of a trailer and tent park use with 40 individual tent and trailer sites, and the applicant's agent will be providing further details in this regard in their presentation to follow. And it's noted that the applicant has indicated that they are intending to submit an application for site plan control at a later date. So in terms of the location that is subject to the application, the subject lands are municipally addressed as 101 Cedar Grove Parkway. The total lot area is approximately 29,623 square meters. The lot frontage is approximately 85 meters along Cedar Grove Parkway. The surrounding uses consist of campground commercial to the north, district commercial to the south, residential to the east, a vacant abutting lot to the west, as well as additional residential uses to the west. So the lands are designated settlement as per the County of Simcoe official plan. The existing Town of Wasaga Beach official plan land use designation is campground commercial, and that's indicated in pink on the map. The surrounding Town of Wasaga Beach official plan land use designations consist of residential, as indicated in white, campground commercial, indicated in pink, district commercial in red, and local commercial, which is indicated in the dark red color. So the lands are presently zoned residential modular home, the abbreviation being RM. The permitted uses include, but are not limited to, a modular/mobile home park. The surrounding zones are residential type 1, campground commercial, development, district commercial, and local commercial. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment would rezone the existing residential modular zone to a campground commercial exception zone. The campground commercial exception zone would establish site-specific zone provisions to facilitate the development of the proposed trailer and tent park use. And once again, the applicant's presentation is to follow, and the applicant will be providing further details in that regard. In summary, again, this is a public meeting that is required by the Planning Act. Town planning staff are presenting the applicant's proposal. A detailed review of the application is ongoing, but not yet completed. Staff will be forwarding all comments received to council, and a recommendation report will ultimately be brought forward in front of council at a later date. So thank you for the opportunity to present this morning. Should anyone have any questions, the planning department email is on the screen, and this is a link to the submission materials that have been submitted by the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cameron. We'll now move on to the presentation by the applicant or their agent, and I believe it's Mr. Michael Banner from Banner and Company is here today. Good morning, Michael. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
Good morning, Mayor and Council and staff. It's my pleasure to be here this morning. My name is Michael Benner. I am a land use planner and representing the Barnes family in this proposed rezoning application. I know my colleague, Mr. Watt, already kind of went over a lot of the details of the application, so I'll try to make my presentation a bit briefer in the interest of time. In terms of background, the Cedar Groves Campground is located obviously within the town of Wasaga Beach and has been operated by the Barnes family since the 1940s. The property actually is comprised of 4 separate parcels. There's 102 Cedar Parkway and 100 Cedar Grove Parkway are seasonal campground uses. 101 Cedar Grove Parkway is the subject of this application, and it has present use as residential modular homes. There's a 4th parcel immediately abutting 101 Cedar Grove Parkway, and it's vacant land right now. That's actually where the campground signage is, right on Cedar Grove Parkway. The entire property is serviced with municipal sewer and water and stormwater systems. 101 Cedar Grove Parkway, as I mentioned, is the subject of this application. It's a 2.7 plus or minus hectare property, and it's occupied by approximately 47 modular homes on a loop private laneway. All sites are fully serviced, and some sites are now vacant. This includes a retail store and a detached residence right on the kind of the north edge of the property. In terms of land use policies, I'll go over this quickly. The Wasaga Beach official plan actually designates the subject lands for campground commercial uses. And those uses include tent and travel trailers, recreational motor homes, park model trailers, and other structures that support that campground use. From a zoning perspective, the subject lands are presently zoned residential modular homes to recognize the existing use. The rest of the campground is actually zoned commercial campground and development. The permitted uses in the residential multiple zone include modular and mobile homes and supportive non-residential uses such as administrative uses and commercial uses. The proposal is to establish over time a campground commercial use similar to the uses already located on 100 and 102 Cedar Grove Parkway. So the purpose and effect of the zoning bylaw is to essentially establish a campground commercial use consisting of trailer and tent park uses, including existing detached accessory dwelling unit and a detached accessory retail store. In terms of the details of the amendment, we're actually looking for a site-specific amendment to recognize not only the commercial campground uses, but also the reduced lot area, and to permit the detached, as opposed to attached, accessory retail store use. And that will provide some compliance with the existing uses in terms of the detached retail use on the property. The intent is to transition into this use once and if the zoning is approved over time. As the residential modular uses cease to exist, they'll transition into a more of a seasonal tent and trailer park, very similar to what we see on the rest of the campground property. In terms of project timelines, a little bit here. The project started with a pre-consultation meeting in May of 2023. The zoning amendment was applied for in February of this year, with a notice of complete application being sent out in May. Notice of the public meeting was provided on July 4th, and here we are today at the at the public meeting. And essentially, that's the presentation. I wanted to keep it fairly short, simple, certainly open to any questions or comments that council may have at this point.
Thank you very much, Michael. All right, we'll now move on to question and comments by the public, and the town will ask the public to speak if they wish to provide any comment in favor or opposition to the proposed development. To Deputy Clerk, have we any members of the public registered in advance to make oral submissions at today's virtual public meeting?
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. We do not have anyone registered virtually. We do have a number in person.
All right, if there's no one virtually, I'll then ask you to carry on. Do we have a list of these folks?
Thank you, Your Worship. The first one on the agenda is Tracy Camino. She does have a presentation. She'll be speaking on behalf of Davin Camino, and Pam Stevens will be taking on the last part of the presentation.
All right, we'll ask those folks to come forward.
Or actually, I'm going to be speaking. Tracy's here. Thank you.
Good morning, Davin.
Nice to see you today. Nice to be here. Privileged to be here in front of you. I do want to take a moment, though, to thank Barbara and Nicole for helping me navigate through some of the guidelines for today's meeting. So I do appreciate the help there.
Oh, we appreciate that, Davin. It's
yeah.
great to hear how great our staff are, so thank you.
Absolutely. Today, I do want to give you a little preamble. Today's presentation, I think you can take almost every screen that we present. Tracy and I tried to ensure that there was some connection to either the Wasaga Beach official plan, the newly created historic West Wasaga secondary plan, the Provincial Planning Act, and you know, as we know, on April 12th of 2024, the federal budget 2024 contained the new Canada Housing Plan, and it can be all related to either one of those directly or indirectly. So thank you very much, and if you give me the green light, I'll get going. Is this my clicker? Oh, okay, sorry, that one. All right, thank you. Presentation to Wasaga Beach Special Council meeting today, and again, thank you very much. Here's screen. I'm going to have to go back and forth a little bit with my glasses. So here we have a screen. This, again, just information. It was back in June, on the left side, actually, sorry. I'm going to slow down a little bit. The writing on the right, on the left side, is actually notice of an eviction that we had been facing and aren't facing. And I just wanted to make a connection here with the deputation given by fellow residents Pam and Claire last June. And it talked about a first eviction that we were looking at from the Landlord and Tenant Board. That, in turn, had been thrown out. I don't know if we've had an opportunity to update you with that. That, in turn, was thrown out. Mainly, lack of permits, zoning permits, but the adjudicator made a special point of the errors and the omissions on the application was one of the highlighted points in why it was tossed out. As noted, the landlord's eviction applications are attached, and they still require permits. It's anticipation that we probably get the same result, and actually at this time, hearings have been scheduled, okay? Again, errors and omission in the application was a real main stickling point. Purpose of the public meeting. Again, it's part of the Wasaga. It is a requirement, statutory requirement under the Planning Act for zoning bylaw amendments. And I just want to point out a couple of things here. How was this public meeting communicated? I'm going to go through a couple of slides here. And based on observation, there were only 3 signs posted announcing this public meeting: date, time, and location. On the screen is public notice number 1. It's attached to and can only be seen by people driving eastbound. The data is so low to the ground, it's virtually inaccessible to a person with a disability to see. Sign number 2 can only be seen by somebody going westbound and is hidden behind a bush. This one here is, well, we'll look. Public notice number 3. placed on an exit of the west roundabout. And I think everybody in the room has probably gone through that roundabout. By the time you hit this sign, you're going 40 to 60 kilometers. The sign itself is placed 2 feet below the road grade. Vital information is obscured by weeds, and this picture was taken about 2 weeks ago. Absolutely inaccessible to a person with a disability. And I have to really, working with the federal government for 20 years, looking after the Opportunities Fund for people with disability, the first thing that came to mind was, how would a person in a wheelchair ever have access to that? Agenda and minutes, online access to these notices and public notices. Wasaga website noted this as a special council meeting, which appears to conflict with today's public meeting. There's no active links that would indicate these are one and the same. And how does the public using the website make the important connection that this special council meeting is a public meeting to review this important zoning bylaw amendment? The Wasaga notices page, which I personally signed up for email notifications, still hasn't been updated, not even with the completed application being posted. Wasaga bylaw as well, 2021-47 is the Wasaga's bylaw on proper notice periods. It should be 14 days. Unfortunately, we had Friday morning to find out about this agenda. The majority of here are residents of Wasaga Beach, owners of an affordable home located on the lands included in this application. We pay Wasaga Beach property taxes adjusted accordingly to the Wasaga's mill rate. We pay our hydro bill directly to this town. We are taxpayers, citizens of Wasaga, some of whom lived here for over 40 years. Personally speaking, Tracy and I moved up in 2012. We have all invested in our home, many in planning for retirement, and more importantly, in our and this community's future. Just a quick snapshot. One, just an example of an affordable home that they want to demolish without compensation, by the way. They just want us to leave. As per notice posted, the land in question is currently zoned residential module home. Proposed use is campground commercial. For those who may not be aware, it was a beautiful presentation by Mr. Benner here, but one thing that was missed out is the people. There's people here. For those who may not be aware, the lands identified for rezoning are occupied. 47 affordable homes, 70-plus residents consisting of low-income seniors, single-parent families, and people with disabilities. And I'll tell you something, the negative impact, because all this time, for 3 years, we have been living there with the landlord under the assumption that this is a done deal, have created 12 affordable vacant homes. They've been vacant for over 2 years. We haven't been able to sell our homes because of this gray cloud, black cloud hanging over us, evictions, bylaw zoning changes. 2 years now, we're going to fight the next second eviction. Current land use contravenes current zoning use of RM. At the time of writing, and sorry, it's a little bit, I can't zoom into the little spot there. I hope everybody can see, maybe a little red dashes. At the time of writing this, on the land that is in this proposal, there were 16 seasonal trailers placed there. Seasonal fees range anywhere from $4,000 to $7,000. And I have a question. We pay taxes based on MPAC assessment. If they're on residential modular land, have they? As a result, truly, we have to kind of seriously question why we're here. It will be evident, again, from the following pictures, that an approval decision appears to have been made with regards to rezoning. Otherwise, the town would have taken action and not allowed the applicant to continuously convert this land and use it as campground commercial before consultations, approvals, or planning process has taken place. This is known as creeping incrementality, I think we all understand. With one that goes out, an affordable home gets demolished without some type of a plan to recoup, restore, rebuild, you're going to end up with a campground inside of an RM zone. 12 vacant homes are out there. They're going to apply for 12 demolition tickets, start demoling all the homes. Should be increasing affordable homes, not decreasing. I'm going to go through one sign. Part of the problem, too, here's a sign. Cedar Grove Park, all future sites, seasonal use only, May to October, as of January 2024. This sign indicates that the lands included in this application have already been approved. Move towards the development of a seasonal campground. Sign is also placed on a utility pole, giving the impression of authenticity. In the background, I just thought I'd take a quick shot of a classic Airstream trailer that's on the land right now. Okay. A couple of things with this screen. Sign permit, I don't know. Sign location, your bylaw 5.9 with regards to signs. No tree, no hydro pole, no town pole without the permission of the town. Mix minimum standards. I mean, again, everything we can tie into the Planning Act. We're talking about information sharing here. We're talking about what they're doing. Site plan agreement will be definitely attached to the Planning Act if this sign is accurate. Your 15.3 under your signs bylaw, unlawful signs, gives the town the power to remove these signs immediately at the cost of the landlord. I personally identified this sign a month ago, and it still sits there. Now, you're dealing with a lot of seniors here, where intimidation can play a real role. People are getting sick, losing sleep, appetite's gone. When you think that that's real, a trailer that's on the land, they want to talk about pullout. Doesn't look like a pullout to me. It's been there for 2 years. Another example, these folks have been here for 4 years. And yes, they even put tents. We even have tents there. I heard Cameron speak on the topic of a complete application, and I understand that it's not yet completed. However, I do want to point out a few things, and I want to circle back to the Landlord and Tenant Board's adjudicator, who stressed omissions and errors and non-disclosure was a big deal. On this screen right here, you'll see question number 3, existing land uses and zoning. Describe, okay, 1940, describe the existing uses on the subject land, modular homes. I don't see any mention of 16 seasonal trailers on this land. I don't see all the money that's coming in on this land. I also understand if you do a quick Google map search of this property, there's a small business there called Ford's Portable Sawmill. We always wondered why the wood gets chopped up, bagged, and for firewood and sold to the public. Maybe there's another existing activity on this land. Question number there highlighted, is subject land within an area zoning conditions apply? Response, no. I'm not sure why we're here then, if the answer is no. Of course there's a zoning that applies to this land. If we get to the actual application, which I don't have on screen, sorry, but there is a question there. Number 5, existing and proposed structures. They listed 47 modular homes with no details. I mean, there should be 47 houses here listed with statistics, size, just so that you know that this proposal actually is, what it's doing is the demolishment of about 50,000 square feet of living space. 50,000 square feet of living space. They put down existing 47 module homes. I'm glad I'm here to actually explain this. I'd be afraid if I wasn't. The official plan on the next screen. Oh, I'm sorry, can I go backwards here? Oh, this one? Yeah. The official plan. We do want to know how it really connects with the official plan. We'd like to know how it connects with the West Wasaga secondary plan, where some of our tenants, residents here, participated in all 3 sessions. I don't see a connection there. I don't see a real connection to the Provincial Planning Act. And I certainly don't see a connection to the new Canada Housing Plan. For the past 4 years, the applicant landlord has been illegally using 1/3 of the zone residential module land and allowed to operate and use as a campground commercial, despite no approved zoning change. They also failed to disclose on their application. This has led to many situations that leave residents feeling intimidated and we question our future here in Wasaga. And I'll give you a few examples of what it's like to live when the landlord believes something is going to happen. We identified some trees that needed to be come down. Bylaw came out, they said, yeah, please have these taken down. Because they think an approval of a zoning change is going to be okay. This is what we look at every day. This is their job. However, the applicant, assuming zoning amendment will be approved, has decided to leave the work unfinished or not completed at all. I mean, I don't know about you, but this is not the view that I came here to look at. And keep in mind, this is at what we call the gateway to West Wasaga. I mean, that circle, the roundabout there, it's the front door to us. Demolition of an existing module home. There it is. These 2 pictures are a comparison of about 10 days. This is a town-approved permit that, for whatever reason, wasn't posted, and we can't seem to see it. Food for thought. For every home that gets demolished without a plan to restore it, we're going to be in trouble with housing. We already are. Landlord hasn't displayed the proper demolition permit, and it appears not to be following the Wasaga Beach demolition safety checklist because of the fact that they've allowed kids and campers to be on the land. What do you think they do with a place like this? They're scavenging. Unfortunately, we had to chase kids away for throwing rocks through the windows. We have pink insulation flying around all over the road. Pink insulation. And now it's going on 3 weeks. Let alone the rain that we've had. You know what rain does to pink insulation. I'm going to show you something here. This is a seasonal camper that came, stayed 3 years, and then had to leave. So he came, made it beautiful. Looks great. Look at what we had to look at 4 months after he left. Have we talked to bylaw? Well, we certainly did day 1. Here's a letter actually from bylaw. And the thing that I think is really interesting with this is I have been working, and I will say that Rachel has been very accommodating, spoken to her many times. In fact, the previous picture was one that I alerted her to almost 4 years ago. And she has been very upfront, and she's explained that the only thing that the bylaw can do is educate the property and trailer owners not to do it and to encourage voluntary compliance. Bylaw enforcement based on voluntary compliance. Please don't do that. I'm not sure exactly how voluntary compliance works. But as I stand here, I just kind of dawned on me that, we have bylaw staff here, we have the landlord here. Could we see a demonstration of voluntary compliance and ask that these trailers be removed?
Davin, I'm assuming you want an answer now, or you want to wait till you're
No, I
finished?
can wait.
Because I've got a whole
No,
list
it's
of...
okay, I can wait, Mayor. No, don't worry.
An awkward silence.
No, yeah, that's kind of meant to be.
I've got a list of questions as well, so if you want to complete
so
them, we'll move forward from
So we
there.
obviously oppose this application. Based on earlier correspondence from the bylaw, we understand how hard it is for voluntary compliance, okay? With that in mind, though, is in fact not made a decision. If you haven't made a decision yet, we ask, if you can't get them to do it right away, we ask that this application be deferred, the public meeting be deferred, until time that the application and the land actually match up. These corrective, enforcement of these corrective measures, I think, are going to provide all invested parties with some confidence in that the planning, the engagement process currently in place, are bound by transparency, accountability, and integrity. That's all we're looking for, and everything that we see just seems to be the opposite. Now I'm going to stop. It's good to see a lot of support. This is community. I should say, too, resident, synonymous with voter.
Thank you very much, Davin.
You're welcome.
For your very
I will leave.
well-prepared...
So I'm sorry for the interruption. Barbara, I know that Pam's slides coming up behind. When she comes up and she gets to those slides, if she doesn't work the clicker, I'll give her a hand. Okay. Thank you again, Councilor Mayor.
Thank you, Davin. I'm a little perplexed as to how to go about this at this point, because there's a lot of questions in Davin's presentation here, and I'm sure council has a lot of questions from that presentation. We also understand the rules around the public meeting and the process. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to carry on to the next presenter. When the presenters are completed, I'm going to look to staff. Would you rather me carry on and get through all the presentations? I know you guys are writing fearlessly as well. And then we'll attempt to answer all these questions today to the best of our ability. Or do you want to go one presenter at a time? Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe we'll listen to the presenters from the gallery, and then we can address staff.
So I'm just going to be asked, and I know we always are, but we want to be extra diligent here. This is a very touchy subject and an important subject. So I want to make sure that these folks leave here today with as many answers as we can possibly give them today. We will get back to you with answers in the future, and I'm sure that Council's got some things to think about, and we'll have a lot of questions at this table before this day is out as well. So looks like you should hang tight. I hope you all packed a lunch. We could be here a while. Next presenter, please, Madam Deputy Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Pam Stevens.
Come on up together, ladies, that's fine. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Mayor, council members, the planning department and staff, neighbors, friends, and all participants. My name is Claire Chasson.
And good morning, my name is Pam Stevens.
We are here today to object to the application for zoning bylaw amendment number Z007 2023-24 to rezone 101 Cedar Grove Parkway from an RM residential modular zoning bylaw to a CC campground commercial zoning bylaw. This is an extremely serious and sensitive matter.
We've been given permission to speak together by Barbara King. We intend to speak only for about 10 minutes. Although we have additional arguments, we're going to focus just on our main objections. Also, having no idea what the comments were going to be coming before us, or preceding us rather, we may be somewhat repetitive and apologize in advance. Any questions that we pose are only meant to be rhetorical and to express an opinion or comment. We're not expecting an answer. Today we're here briefly to comment on the justification report prepared for the applicant by Benner and Company in support of rezoning. We will speak about a few provisional requirements for campground commercial from the Town of Wasaga Beach Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 2003-60. We will introduce the amendments to Bill 97 made by the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Honourable Paul Calandra. And lastly, we will address Schedule A1 Land Use Plan from the current official plan of Wasaga Beach 2003-60. Claire, take it away.
To better understand the lands involved and clarify for council and participants, the north portion, 100 and 102 Cedar Grove Parkway, are one and the same and zoned campground commercial, and are presently occupied by approximately 150 park model trailers and 5 or 6 campsites. To clarify, a park model trailer remains on site all year and is available for seasonal use only. The south portion, 101 Cedar Grove Parkway, is zoned residential modular and is the subject land of this application. It is occupied by 47 full-time residential rental units owned by the tenants who pay property taxes and all utilities. 100 and 102 Cedar Grove Parkway are separated from 101 Cedar Grove Parkway by a 2-lane paved municipal road. We will begin by responding to the justification report. The applicant prepared a justification report to support the rezoning. It loosely connects the provincial policy statement concerning implementations and regulations for land use planning in sections 1.1.3 through 1.4, and the many subsections therein to support the application for rezoning. At this time, we will not comment on all the policies indicated by the justification report, except to say that the combined terms housing, residential, housing options, residence, affordable housing, and homelessness plans are used 16 times. Not once is a seasonal travel trailer and tent park mentioned.
Not once.
On page 3 of the report, it states, to repurpose 101 Cedar Grove Parkway to a campground use for seasonal travel trailers and tents, similar to the existing uses found at 100 and 102 Cedar Grove Parkway. As mentioned earlier, 100 and 102 Cedar Grove Parkway is occupied by approximately 150 park model trailers and only 5 or 6 campsites. Unless the applicant intention is to develop the new campsite area with park model trailers, the comparison of similar uses is completely dissimilar. The applicant's site plan application allows only 110 square meters per trailer and tent site, as required by the zoning provisions. Park model trailers require 325 square meters per site. Therefore, no park model trailers would be permitted. As proof of bad faith, the applicant has already situated 16 park model trailers on 101 Cedar Grove Parkway that is currently zoned residential modular and is
Sorry,
not...
ladies, one sec. Sounds like the ice cream truck is coming.
Yeah, we're going to repeat this, Claire.
Okay.
So, just say,
I've been there.
let's just go from this.
Yeah,
briefly.
okay.
We're good to go? All right. I'm not here in case they ask.
Oh.
All right,
Just
go
go
ahead,
back
ladies.
up a little bit.
Okay, so I'll start it. As proof of bad faith, the applicant has already situated 16 park model trailers on 101 Cedar Grove Parkway that is currently zoned residential modular and is not permitted in the zoning provisions. It should also be noted that seasonal campsites include tents, teardrop trailers, pop-ups, truck campers, they do not have washrooms. 101 Cedar Grove has no washrooms either, so you better bring a bucket.
Better bring a bucket. Right. There's many provisions in Section 16 of the Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw for Campground Commercial that the applicant is required to comply with. In the rezoning application, the applicant is also applying for a site-specific zoning amendment for a reduced lot area. Provision 16.3.1 from the current zoning bylaw for campground commercial requires a minimum of 8 hectares. The total available hectares for 100, 101, and 102 Cedar Grove Parkway is approximately 5.66 hectares. Unfortunately, I think, Mr. Benner, you included the D zone, which is not permitted.
So, ladies, I'm going to ask you to direct
Sorry.
everything to us. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so the total available hectares for 100, 101, and 102 Cedar Grove Parkway is approximately 5.66 hectares, not 6.47 that was quoted in the justification report. Now, specifically, 8 hectares minus 5.66 hectares equals 2.34 hectares. The applicant is requesting a reduced lot area of 2.34 hectares. Now, if you're not familiar with hectares, here's some comparisons to put things in perspective. 2.34 hectares equates to 5.78 acres. That's almost 6 acres. If you're maybe not familiar with acres and you play tennis, that's over 90 tennis courts. 90 tennis courts. Or if you're a hockey fan, that's about 15 hockey rinks. Quoting from the 2024 Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw Review, we, meaning the municipality of Wasaga Beach, will work to make sure that the zoning is not more permissive than the official plan. Can council justifiably permit a 29% reduction, a reduced lot size of 29%? Can council justifiably permit that to accommodate a campsite by removing residential tenants and families from their homes? On page 3, the applicant's application for rezoning, section 4 asks, purpose and reason why the rezoning has been requested. The applicant's response in part to that question, existing modular homes are being removed. I have a lot of problem with that phrase, are being removed. The applicant has not received any authorization to remove our mobile homes. And remove is just a euphemism for demolish. In a case management hearing with the Landlord and Tenant Board on December 18, 2023, the C's adjudicator, Patrick Shea, dismissed the application for demolition from the applicant and stated, "You can't demolish what you don't own." It may be the applicant's intent to remove and demolish, but that request with the Landlord and Tenant Board was denied. Despite this decision, the applicant has posted signs throughout 101 Cedar Grove Parkway that read, "All future sites are seasonally used only from May to October." These signs openly disregard that approval for seasonal use has not been granted by the municipality. Thank you. I'll stop yelling.
This brings us to Bill 97, Helping Home Buyers, Protecting Tenants Act 2023, that received royal assent on June 8th, 2023. Bill 97 amends Section 99.1 of the Municipal Act 2001, giving the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing new regulation making authority to govern municipal powers that regulate the demolition and conversion of residential rental properties of 6 or more units. As well, the minister is proposing new regulations around municipal rental replacement bylaws that support residential rental properties that are being demolished to be replaced with residential rental properties. Some municipalities have already adopted this new bylaw proposal. How likely is it that the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing will approve conversion and demolition of 47 residential units that house seniors, families with children, and some disabled persons? Does council feel confident to bring a motion before the minister seeking approval for the conversion and demolition of 47 residential rental properties to be replaced with a campsite?
So lastly, we will comment on the current official plan of Wasaga Beach and the comprehensive zoning bylaws. For clarification, zoning bylaws are one of the primary tools for implementing the official plan. So the official plan makes policies on one hand as to how our land in our community is used and designates the land. The municipality is responsible for the official plan and its approval from the County of Simcoe. I know you guys are all working super hard on that and trying to get that new official plan hopefully completed this year. Zoning bylaws that the municipality then takes divides the municipality into different land use zones guided by the official plan and applies appropriate provisions and regulations. Designating land use and zoning bylaws work hand in hand to provide direction and cohesion for land use. Simply put, you can't designate land use campground commercial and then zone it residential. To do so is a contravention of the Planning Act. Unfortunately, that's exactly what has happened. We know the zoning bylaw for 101 Cedar Grove residential modular is correct. Otherwise, of course, this application to rezone would be moot. The problem is Schedule A1 land use plan from the town of Wasaga Beach, current official plan, 2003-60. I think Davin prepared a little like a little map so we can clarify this. Thank you. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Oh, no, that's your first one, okay.
Yeah, thank you. So this is a blow-up of the municipality of Wasaga Beach. So this just focuses on our section. So you can see Georgian Bay at the top, and you can see the roundabout there. And then it's sort of, kind of looks like a duck, the pink part. So in the square pink part is Jelly Bean Park. We probably all know Jelly Bean, big campground. Then if we cross over Beechwood Road going north, it's all pink. That's where we are.
Andrew, could you help these ladies with the pointer?
Sorry?
I'm just going to get Andrew to show you how to use the
Okay.
pointer so as that people can see what you're speaking of,
Yeah,
ladies.
I didn't know there was a pointer.
All right, great.
So
Do you know how to do this?
you press it, right? Okay, so this area right here is where
We are.
our homes are.
Yeah. And show Jelly Bean?
And this is Jelly Bean.
So that's the official plan. And if we go over to pink here on the legend, it says campground commercial. So the official plan shows us the same as Jelly Bean as campground commercial. That's the designation. And then the two white areas are where all the two white areas are where all the park model trailers are. That's 100 and 102. And if we go over to white, they've labeled it residential. Okay, I'm going to stop there. Oof.
So it's in fact incorrect.
Yeah, it's upside down.
So my,
Hang on. In May of 2024, it was identified that Schedule A1 land use plan incorrectly designates 101 Cedar Grove Parkway as campground commercial. On May 23rd, the Planning Department was advised of the discrepancy. As well, the Planning Department was advised of a discrepancy for 100 and 102 Cedar Grove Parkway that designates them as residential. On May 27th, in a meeting with the Planning Department, it was again confirmed that land use designations for 100, 101, and 102 Cedar Grove were incorrect. On June 5th, in a meeting with the Planning Department, including Doug Switzer, myself, and Ian Lockwood from Tool Design Group, it was again confirmed that the official plan designation is incorrect. On June 10th, the CAO was informed and letters of the same were distributed to Council and the Planning Department. You know, it's kind of astonishing that this discrepancy in the official plan, 2003, has actually existed for 20 years. Further, the land use plan in Schedule C6, the proposed new official plan in its first draft, incorrectly identifies 100 and 102 Cedar Grove Parkway as neighborhood and 100 Cedar Grove Parkway as tourism commercial. The Planning Act 2003-60 requires municipal zoning bylaws conform with its official plan. Since the current designation for 101 Cedar Grove Parkway is campground commercial, and the zoning bylaw is residential, the current official plan of Wasaga Beach is in contravention of the Planning Act. The Planning Department has stated it intends to rectify the correct designation. The Planning Act Department has stated it intends to rectify the incorrect designation for Schedule C6 in the second draft of the official plan land use. So on the right-hand side, can you make it?
I am pressing, there we go.
There we go. So this is what it would look like if it was rectified. It would show us in white as neighborhood or residential, and to the north of us, it would show that the pink area for tourism commercial or campground commercial. Would the Planning Department like to comment at this time? Okay, all right, Claire.
Okay. So since it has been confirmed several times by the Planning Department that the designation of 101 Cedar Grove Parkway is residential and not campground commercial, the following provision from the current official plan applies. Section 7.3.14, new development of campground commercial uses shall be restricted to those areas designated as campground commercial. It goes to say, existing campground commercial uses located in an area other than campground commercial should not be permitted to expand. The municipality's official plan requires approval from the County of Simcoe. We have contacted the County of Simcoe concerning this issue.
If the council approves the rezoning application, the residential tenants are prepared to appeal, and we are fully aware of the processes involved.
For 2 long years, the tenants have faced eviction, financial ruin, and homelessness. We have prepared and presented a deputation in June 2023 to council. We have been required to prepare a case following an eviction notice from the applicant in July 2022 that was finally dismissed by the Landlord and Tenant Board December 18th, 2023. We have prepared and presented our case to council in this public meeting today. It has been 2 long years of stress and anxiety. Living in limbo, unable to sell our homes, unable to commit to job opportunities, unable to risk monies for needed repairs, waiting for decisions that will affect the rest of our lives. We have suffered enough. Will the municipality's legacy be that they approved the rezoning application that effectively evicts over 50 residents and families when such a housing crisis exists, and affordability and availability are out of reach?
The justification report supporting the rezoning concludes with, the rezoning proposal represents good planning and an opportunity to further tourism. I ask, does it really? At what cost? At what cost? Does conversion and demolition enhance government and public fairness? The necessary ingredients for good planning include flexibility, transparency, accountability, and legality. These 4 pillars of good government build trust. Based on the facts and the regulations we have presented, we are trusting council to make the only acceptable decision. We are asking council to reject the rezoning application and respectfully ask that a decision is forthcoming as soon as possible. Thank you, and thank you on behalf of all.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you very much, ladies. Madam Deputy Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Christina De Palma.
I don't see them. Good morning, Christina. Welcome, good to see
Good
you.
morning, you as well. If I may begin.
You may, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Your Worship and distinguished members of council. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this matter before you today. For those of you who don't know, my name is Christina De Palma, and I am the president and senior paralegal at De Palma & Associates Legal Services, a paralegal firm in our beautiful town of Wasaga Beach for the past 8 years. I'm here today to speak on behalf of several of the residents of Cedar Grove for whom I am representing in their defense against the landlord's eviction attempts. The landlord being Cedar Grove Park, the applicant in this zoning change application. Admittedly, in the course of my practice, I tend to represent more so on the side of the landlord, but I have never been more compelled in my 8 years of practice to advocate for tenants than I do in this case. If nothing else in this presentation moves you, I believe the side on which I represent should speak for itself. For context, Cedar Grove Park previously issued N13 eviction notices to my clients in early 2022. If you are not familiar, an N13 eviction notice is used when the landlord intends to demolish the rental unit, conduct significant renovations, or convert the property to non-residential use. These 2023 N13 notices were served under the grounds of demolition and were served to the residents of Cedar Grove without the landlord obtaining proper permits or zoning changes. A court appearance at the Landlord and Tenant Board was subsequently conducted on December 18th, 2023, before Vice Chair of the LTB, Patrick Shea. During this appearance, numerous errors were made on the part of the landlord were noted, and the landlord ultimately decided to withdraw all of their eviction applications in an effort to avoid the applications being dismissed by the LTB. Only a few short months later, in March 2024, my clients were served with new N13 notices, this time under the grounds of conversion to non-residential use. Again, these notices were served without proper permits or zoning changes. On July 8, 2024, Vice Chair Patrick Shea convened just one matter to a hearing so that he could canvass with the landlord's legal representative as to the state of the matter and the issuance of permits, as the LTB cannot unequivocally consider eviction in the absence of proper permits. Having not obtained the permits required, Vice Chair Shea canceled all upcoming eviction hearings for Cedar Grove residents and informed the landlord's legal representative that no hearings will be scheduled until she can confirm with him that proper permits have been obtained. The eviction of the residents of Cedar Grove Park are now stayed until you, as council for the town of Wasaga Beach, decide the fate of the landlord's rezoning application. I believe it is also vital to clarify that my clients own the modular homes in the park and merely rent the land on which their modular home is situated. I also note that many residents purchase their homes from the landlord directly. In my opinion, this sounds like a textbook case of have your cake and eat it too. The landlord made money on selling the residents their modular home, for which they are now attempting to have them all back. In my opinion, that's theft. These modular homes, I note, are modular. They are not mobile or trailers. These homes cannot simply be hooked up to a trailer hitch, pulled out of the park, and brought elsewhere. My client's only option, should they be evicted, would be to walk away from their homes and a significant financial investment. I'm sure you are wondering if they receive any compensation from the landlord under the Residential Tenancies Act in exchange for their eviction. The answer to that is yes, but don't let that fool you. Compensation is a mere $3,000, nowhere near the financial loss the residents will incur. I ask you, how is that just, fair, or reasonable? Lastly, and arguably most important for you to consider, and I believe I am best suited to present this argument to you, if you grant the rezoning application before you, the landlord will still have to pursue their eviction applications at the Landlord and Tenant Board, which I will still be arguing for to fail. Remember how I said these N13 notices were served under the grounds of conversion to non-residential use? Well, just because you permit the zoning change to commercial campground doesn't mean that satisfies non-residential use under the Residential Tenancies Act. Non-residential use requires the property to be used in a manner in which no occupant of the property will live in or reside in any manner, such as commercial or industrial use. This will not be the case for Cedar Grove Park, as the landlord intends to use the property for seasonal occupancy from May to October. This is still considered residential use under the Residential Tenancies Act, and there is significant case law in support of our position for the applications to fail under this argument. Should council require, I will be happy to provide a book of authorities of this case law for your review. In closing, I urge you to reject the application for rezoning, not only for the reasons I have explained, but in consideration of what it will cause to residents of our town. You will essentially be eliminating full-time, year-round, affordable housing for over 70 residents of this town. Residents that will have to leave their homes behind, leave their financial investment behind, and leave their community behind. And I ask, in doing so, where would they go? We are all well aware that we are currently in the midst of a housing crisis. Where will these people go? And quite frankly, I don't think doing so is what Wasaga Beach is or should be about. In that, I ask that you reject the rezoning application before you. And in doing so, I would like to put forward that that means that I will no longer have clients to represent at the Landlord and Tenant Board. And as a business owner in this town, that is probably not in my best interest. But I care more about the best interests of my clients than I do about myself and my business. So again, I ask you to reject the rezoning application before you today and consider what Wasaga Beach is really about, our community and our residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina. Madam Deputy Clerk?
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. Davina, would you still like to speak?
I think I might.
Okay, so Davina Johnson?
My name is Davina Johnston. I live at 10 Cedar Grove Park in Wasaga Beach.
Good morning, Davina.
And I apologize for my phone ringing.
That's fine.
It took me a while to get it shut off. Mine's more personal. My neighbors are more technical than I am, and they're very knowledgeable. I went to, on April 2009, looking for a permanent one. And I ended up at Cedar Grove Park, and I spoke to Pat Barnes, who was very gracious at the time. She encouraged me to purchase a trailer in her park. She told me about all the amenities that were available to me as a senior. I don't know if I was 69 or 70. I'm 84 now. As you can see, I had difficulty moving around. I have a very gracious neighbor that when it snows, he comes in and plows me out because the landlord seems to have a tendency, and if I'm getting snarky, you'll have to stop me. I don't mean to be, it's just that will plow me in, so my neighbor comes around and plows us out. They talked about, what I noticed something about, there was sewage. They were providing sewage and water. Just caught the end of it. I paid for that. When I moved in April, or bought in April, I went to California for a couple of months. When I came back, I was told I owed $1,200 because the septic tank had been ripped up, and it was my responsibility. I found out later, I'm a bit slow sometimes, and only one person in the whole park complained, I'm not paying that. They went to the landlord and tenant, and they won. But it seemed like the rest of us were, I don't know, I don't want to I'm trying not to be nasty. Anyways, they talked about retail. I don't know what retail they're talking about because the laundromat has not been in service for years, as far as I know. They have an ice cream parlor and a hot dog stand that is not serviced very often. So how are they going to take care of retail, another retail store? They don't take care of the property, the ones that have been emptied. Like, I realize running a camp must be difficult, and the one next door to me, the grounds have not been taken care of. They've been out for 2 years. So they don't take care of anything. I pay maintenance, but the maintenance seems to be picking up garbage and plowing in the snow. That's about all. They did have 2 bins at one time, one for, cans and bottles, and the other for, sorry, I lose my words at times. And I guess that, now I don't know if that was our fault, but all of a sudden they only got 1 bin. And that only goes out in May and pulled back out, taken away in, August? No, it can't be August, September or something. Anyways, I know I'm rambling, but what bothered me was, when I saw when I moved in, there's an area that looks like a very nice park in front of my trailer. And I thought, oh, isn't that nice? But I found out they had trailers pulling in there, which didn't bother me. These people were very nice. I had no problems with it. The only time I had a problem was when I found out that they wanted to kick me out of my home that I paid for, that I paid renovations for, put a new roof on, and take me away from my neighbors. That I have 2 that feed me, but anyways, I have very good neighbors. And then I found out, so I went to the bylaws. I put in, at least personally went and put in 4 to 5 notices. I have them in my purse, complaining about the trailers. To tell you the truth, they didn't bother me because the people are very nice, but they were doing it illegally, and now they want to kick me out and give me $3,000. That didn't seem fair to me. And I've never seen any, well, that's not true. One of the gentlemen, I forget his name, I saw his name up on the screen, said that they were taking them to court. But I said, oh, what's the result? Well, I wasn't privy to that at all. And I thought that was very unfair. They're doing whatever they want to kick me out, and yet I'm not privy to a reply, an answer to what's happening. And this has been going on for years. They've been illegally parking for years. I've been there 14 years, and they've been doing this, and no one's done anything about it. I spoke to Mr. Watts, who was very helpful at times, and I only got hold of him because, as Davin said, the signs, you could barely read them. I had to get out of my car and go and look to see a telephone number that I could phone, which I did the same day, and he told me things were happening, what was happening. And I said, oh, I'm going to be notified, are we? He said, yes. And then later, when I was in the superstore, he phoned me, and I thought it was very nice of him to say, no, we will not be notified. Only the Barnes will be notified. And that didn't seem very fair either. I'm sorry, I know I'm rambling. And I guess that's it.
Thank you
Okay.
very much for your
Okay.
comments, and Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have anyone further?
Thank you, Your Worship. Richard Koupa?
Richard, are you here? Good morning, Richard. Welcome. The floor is yours.
I feel I'm before the judges, and because of that,
I'm going to deal with as a sidebar issue. I concur with the last 5 speakers and could add a lot to it. The sidebar issue is this. I purchased my home in 1965 in the township of Nottawasaga, and then it was annexed in 1974. Thought improvements would be made, because in the Nottawasaga there was no bylaw controls, etc., and no personnel for non-compliance. Under the township zoning bylaws and bylaw control administrations did not exist until '74, when the towns had to have official plans. The owner of the particular lots, 101, 102, Brock's Beach, Cedar Grove Trailer Park, in 1974, expressed little and no respects for the municipal bylaws. And over the last 40 years, there's been many happenings that I've had with that ownership. And I'm not going to go into the details. Sealdator Park, at that time when I bought my lot, I was 66 feet away from my southern neighbor, which was the Wasaga Beach Trailer Park, or Cedar Grove Trailer Park. Today, I am 48 feet away from that property, because there have been no respects for bylaw of the town of Wasaga Beach. The trailer park owners expanded their commercial activity by encroaching on municipal beach parkland and the infrastructure of Cedar Grove Parkway, Shore Lane, and Inverkip, and the lands owned and the residential lands owned. 40 years of past happenings of non-compliance by the owners. Now, recently, it was confirmed by the lack of respect for the bylaw and bylaw officers. The town of Wasaga Beach bylaw officers was trying to get a solution, sort of common ground, with a complaint that had been put in more than a year ago. William Barnes, the owner of this particular property, expressed that he would not comply with the concerning bylaw and would not be complied with the route in which the zoning bylaw had suggested, zoning bylaw people had suggested. He then was told that the bylaw officer then told them that we're going to continue and we're going to do, and we're going to solve the solution, and we're going to charge you. Over the weekend, and it was mentioned in one of the other things, I witnessed trailers parked so close together you could hardly open the door to get into it. And this has been a big policy of the particular owners, of just loading up any piece of spare land they have. And yesterday, a couple of trail bikers following the trail of Wasaga Beach ended up on the municipal beach lands that are on the north side of the residential people on Shore Lane. And they were told they could not stay. So they carried their bikes and went down the shore next to where I am.
explained their situation, and one neighbor said, because we have a private beach, you just leave those bicycles there and you enjoy the day. I did not witness who was the one that dictatorial told those people they had to get off of municipal lands. But this has been another one of the big problems of the Cedar Grove ownership. Read the subject matter, the rezoning. I believe it is premature. I believe that I can't answer, and I won't answer, and I won't ask questions on the sketch that was presented to me from the town. I do have confidence in the planning staff and the people that I have had to deal with. I've been collecting cards of people who work for the city, for the town. I haven't got a full deck yet, but I have been well handled, and I'm hoping that these particular things regarding what we've spoke on the last 5 speakers and what I'm doing will have some resolution. One of the points that was not brought up is that this particular development is going to be handled through the planning by site-specific notwithstanding. And I'd like someone now to explain that to me. What does that mean? No explanation? Nobody here?
Richard, we're going to listen to everybody, and then staff are making these, they're writing these questions down, and we're going to answer all those questions we can at the very end.
Okay. Well, in my interpretation, and it's a KISS interpretation, is notwithstanding means that they will, the particular rezoning will be done, site-specific notwithstanding, and not have anything to do with the existing bylaws. And how can that be? That means it's spot zoning. And spot zoning is not good planning in a community. And I hope that the planning staff realize that they've got to have comprehensive study of the areas surrounding the particular project. I'll carry on. My concern is not the ownership of this particular rezoning. My concern by the owners. My concern is the mismanagement that has been gone on over the last 40 years on that sites that they own, that in some cases they have used property that is not zoned for the use of their trailers. And some of the properties are hoarded materials, aggregate, anything that they can take and put on that lot. The town took some road space of Cedar Grove Parkway and added it to 29 Sylvan Avenue. They had to rezone that, and they rezoned it R1, but did not deny what the lot was being used for was just a combination of pools, aggregate, material maintenance for their particular enterprise. I'm of opinion that the owners should not be involved in the management if this is approved, because their attitude of non-compliance, and that these particular site, if approved, be maintained 24 hours of proper expert trailer park managers. And that's my submission.
Thank you very much, Richard. Madam Deputy Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship.
I said thank you very much, Richard.
Thank you.
Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have anyone
I have
else?
one other point. As I said, I can't remark on the sketches and what has been provided, but I know under the plan, under the application, we should have a proper survey, complete, and we should have the site plan of what is going to be used on that lot. And when the planning staff gets that, I would like them to inform me so that I can go and preview it and then make my submission.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thomas Busby?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yep, Thomas Busby.
Thomas?
Through Your Worship, I think he left.
All right, we'll move on then to the next individual wishing to speak.
Through Your Worship, Karen, are you still wishing to speak? No. Okay, thank you. Through Your Worship, we do not have any other speakers.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. For those members who are here, if you were not on the list and you wish to come forward to speak to this, please do so now and state your name and address for the record. I'll ask one more time, if there's anyone else who wishes to come forward and speak on this, please come forward. Please come forward and state your name and address for the record, please. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Your Worship. My name is Helen Boulanger. My husband and I reside at 1970 Shore Lane.
For the record, no relation to Councillor Boulanger?
Oh, I meant to say that. No relation. We don't even know each other.
Thank you. Your floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm noting that campground commercial includes the use of park model trailers, structural accommodations, such as motels, cabins, hotels, and similar uses. My question is, this being, according to the presentation, the last public meeting, if council approved this application and the landowners proposed to come forward with motel or hotels, would there be any prior approval required?
Right, staff are writing that question down. We're going to get to those answers shortly.
That would certainly be a concern. The other thing is, Your Honor, it's just an antidote. We have, you might have guessed, grandchildren, one of whom is 3 years old. They were staying over and putting him to bed. I told him, you can't do something. When his mother came to pick him up, he said, Grandma said no. I urge you to say no to this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll ask the last time, if there's anyone else in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak to this matter, please do so. State your name and address for the record, please. All right, seeing no one further, I'm going to ask questions. Clarifying questions from members of council. Councillor Boulanger?
Yeah, thank you, through your worship. Thank you very much. The work that went into these presentations was significant, and I did receive some information that certainly I wasn't aware of prior, although I will say that I have had significant communication with a number of the residents from Cedar Park. But there are a number of things that are concerning, and I'm sure the mayor too will ask for clarification as to the non-compliance of the current zoning that has, if everything that was indicated is totally accurate, has gone on for many years. I've been through the park many times. I've certainly had discussions with town staff related to that. There seems to be significant non-compliance, not only within the RM zone, but throughout the park, which is concerning, because I think one of the presenters mentioned that they were feeling very positive when we annexed the Nottawasaga area that was there, and that they would be subjective to bylaws that existed within our community. So I'll just say that I, again, really appreciate the information today, and I think there's a lot to think about and consider. But the one point that is very important for me to have clarified is that many have indicated say no to this application. And my understanding is, on the part of council, is a no to the application just is another part of the process that the landowner then could appeal and continue the process. So I would just like some clarification around that as well when we get to staff. Thank you.
All right, our Director of Planning, Trevor?
Through your worship, so obviously a staff report hasn't been prepared. It's not before you today. A staff report will be coming forward with recommendations. Council is the decision maker, so it'll be your purview that decide whether or not to approve the application or to refuse it, or with what other conditions. The applicant does have the ability to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal a decision, and the only other parties that have a right to appeal directly to the OLT is specified persons, which is generally the Minister, County of Simcoe, and some of the other outside agencies. My understanding is that third-party appeals have been now removed for zoning bylaw amendments as per Bill 185.
All right, thank you very much. I'm just thinking, before I go to the remainder of council for comments or questions for clarity, perhaps we should answer the questions that we have before us, because that may create more questions for council. So if we could then look to Trevor to lead us in getting the answers to the questions we've heard so far that we can answer. And ladies and gentlemen, if you don't hear an answer to your question this morning, it's because we'll be working on that, but we will ensure that if you give your name and contact information to the clerk, that you will get answers on these questions that we don't answer here this morning. Trevor?
Thank you, Your Worship. So I've tried to keep the notes. They're not perfect notes, so to your point, if there's something here that we didn't touch upon, we will do so. The last lady was asking about would there be, if the property was rezoned, would they get any other notice if there was another use that would otherwise be permitted? If the zoning is approved and it gives the full suite of range of permitted uses, then there would not be any need for another public meeting, because the zoning would allow the right, the use by right. What it would mean is they would have to go through council for site plan approval, and I think that was already spoken to in the PowerPoint presentation for the actual use that's being proposed, which is the tent and trailer campground. One of the gentlemen asked, what is the meaning of notwithstanding? Notwithstanding is a fancy word for despite. So what notwithstanding means in a zoning bylaw is the same thing as saying, if notwithstanding the zoning bylaw of 6 hectares, you're allowed 5 hectares. It's the same thing as saying, despite the zoning bylaw typically requiring 6 hectares, for this property, it's 5 hectares. So that's what despite means. He was asking, is that spot zoning? Well, it is a site-specific. Sorry, am I yelling?
They're getting feedback.
I apologize.
That's fine, that's better.
I'll try to use my inside voice. So, so we're good now? Okay. So the gentleman asked if this is spot rezoning. It is a site-specific application for rezoning, so yes, it is doing a spot zoning. And that is something that is commonplace, as council knows, under the Planning Act. I don't really wish to get into the discussion about the lady who was the paralegal speaking to the matters that's before that tribunal, because that's not really something that I'm knowledgeable about. One of the questions that was raised by the joint PowerPoint presentation was why the land use designations and the zonings appear to be the opposite. To their point, that arrangement has been in effect since 2003. Why it hasn't been corrected, I don't know. But what I can say is that, and I believe this has been provided to to that lady already, I stand to be corrected, is that your official plan has a policy, and it's 19.2.1.2, that says not all lands that are it is intended that not all lands be zoned at the outset for the uses indicated on Schedule A of the official plan, but rather the bylaw will recognize existing uses and be of a restrictive nature. I wasn't here in 2003. I don't know why the council at that time chose the designations and the zonings they did. If it was simply because the official plan gives them the ability not to pre-zone lands for a use, that may have been the case. I'm not sure, but there is a policy in the official plan that allows you as council not to necessarily rezone lands based on the underlying official plan designations. There was a question or a comment made that because of that, the official plan or the zoning bylaw is not in conformity with the Planning Act. Actually, there's a section in the Planning Act for those residents, it's section 24.4, which basically says that if no appeal to the zoning bylaw occurs, then the zoning bylaw is basically deemed to conform with the official plan. So regardless of whether the designation is residential and they put a commercial or vice versa, once that zoning bylaw is in effect and is not under appeal, there is a remedy exactly for that type of situation, which is section 24.4 of the Planning Act. There was some other comments that were made about building permits and past things that are going on with bylaw enforcement. I'm not sure if the general manager would like to speak to that or not. And there was a whole host of other questions that we'll have to get through as part of the staff report.
Thank you very much. Mr. General Manager, any comments?
Thanks, Your Worship, and through you to Council and those present here today. Maybe just a couple of things. I have asked the building inspectors to take regular drives through the park and identify some of the more egregious concerns. You know, it is true that over the course of several decades now, there's been a lot of construction in there without building permits. And I can tell you that we have been in there and we have asked people to make alterations to things that you know, we believe not to be safe. And in every instance where we've done that, the work has happened to make it safe. I did, seeing some of the pictures in the presentation earlier, I did ask one of our inspectors to go into the site. The picture that you see of that partially demolished building, we've taken action on. First that I've become aware that that building was in that state. So we're in there now, and we're promised that the demolition will be complete by the end of today, and the site will be cleaned up tomorrow. So to date, we've issued 11 demolition permits. They were issued back in April. I do not have a count as to how many of those demolitions have actually occurred yet. Typically, after we issue a demolition permit, you know, the holder of the permit would call us and let us know when they're complete, and we go out and inspect. So as for enforcement under the zoning bylaw, I think it's important to point out that what we have at our disposal for enforcing zoning is provincial offenses. Our particular bylaw does not have any Part 1 offenses, so we have no ability to go out on our zoning bylaw and write tickets. Therefore, we're left, our only means of enforcement is to lay information before the court, get a summons, press charges, and I can tell you that bylaw staff is working on, they've been monitoring trailers as they show up. They are working on the informations to lay the charges, but we're typically looking at 4 to 6 months right now before we get a first appearance. So it's not the quick remedy that I think everybody would like us to have, but unfortunately, for example, you see us using, AMPs in town for other bylaws, but there's no language in the Planning Act right now that enables the town to designate a bylaw under the that's passed under the Planning Act in our AMPS bylaws. So unfortunately, it is only that provincial offenses in Part 3 that we have at our disposal.
All right, any questions that haven't been answered will be forthcoming, I'm sure, in writing and available to anyone who leaves their name and address with the deputy clerk. Is that correct? Is there anything else further you wanted to answer today? Trevor?
Yes, Your Worship. There was a comment earlier about the town planning department telling a resident what the land use designation will be in the new official plan, and it was residential. My understanding from speaking to Matt Ellis, who's the senior planner, the lands in the first draft of the official plan are proposed to be designated tourism commercial, not residential, which is basically a continuation of the current land use designation. So what I'm going to have to do is have Mr. Matt Ellis reach out to that individual and just confirm that, but that's my understanding. And also, it's ultimately, it will be council to decide either through the official plan review or the West Secondary Plan Review, which coincidentally will both be happening at the same time, what the final land use designations ought to be on the subject lands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trevor. All right, now we'll go back to members of council, and I believe next was Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Thank you very much, everybody who came today and to share the information. I can't imagine the stress that you've been under in these 2 years, especially with housing insecurity and some of these issues that you've brought forward. I'm also very surprised and disappointed that, it's been a year ago since your last presentation to us, and to still hear that some of these matters are going on in regards to the owner's absolute disregard of any of our rules, regulations, bylaws, instruction from staff. It truly makes my blood boil. So I would like to be clear, because our council was clear for those in attendance last year. We were quite clear in regards to direction on how this matter should be handled, that it was a sensitive matter, that it required our immediate action in order to protect our residents, because in my personal opinion, I feel this is a greedy owner who doesn't care about any rules, wants to only maximize the value of their land, and are trying to convert to short-term accommodations to avoid the landlord-tenant board and instead be able to really do what they want. And our staff are aware that this has been going on for decades, and this needs to stop today. No more. I would also like to ask, because I'm not privy to the details of the rules, now I know obviously this will come forward again after your staff report that you mentioned, Trevor, in regards to the request for the zoning change, but Madam Clerk, are we able to put that on the floor today and vote for this matter in regards to the zoning at all and put these people's minds at ease potentially?
Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your passion here. I truly do. But if you would just now hold your applause until we get through this, we would appreciate it very much. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a planning matter under the Planning Act. It is essential that we follow the process outlined by the province within that legislation that requires the recommendation report to be brought back to council. This meeting is simply to receive comments from the public and allow them to address the application before council. I'll defer to the CAO if he'd like to elaborate.
No, thank you. My voice won't allow me to elaborate. I would concur with Nicole, and I would caution council not to share too much of your opinions. That time will come when the recommendation report comes forward.
Yeah, I'll just add, what's important for council to understand here, as in any planning matter, is that we listen, we ask the questions that we require for clarity, we let staff go back, do what it is they need to do to come back to us with a recommendation, and at that time, council has the opportunity to then deal with the matter. It's important that we allow staff to do their job and to come back to us so as that we do not influence in any way, shape, or form whatever recommendation staff may come back with. Whether we agree with that recommendation or we don't agree with that recommendation at that time is entirely in our hands and entirely up to us as a council to agree with it and move it forward, or to disagree with it and stop it at that point. And then let the process after that within the Planning Act, appeals, etc., take place. What I would hate to see happen today, as we move forward with more comments and questions, is that council do anything to jeopardize any part of the process, because what I believe council wants here is what is best for our citizens. And if that is truly the case, and I believe it is, then we absolutely should let the process carry its way through. So I just carry on with that caution. Madam Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick follow-up then. Trevor, when would you foresee that report coming forward to council, please?
Through your worship, I think to be fair to the applicant, and their agent, they ought to be given an opportunity to prepare. Normally what we would do is a response matrix. So we would ask the proponent to prepare their response matrix, and then we would prepare our response matrix. So it's really on it's really going to be on the applicant to decide how quickly they want to respond to us in order for us to complete our report. So realistically, you're probably looking at 2 to 3 months out. But if it's ready to come forward quicker than that, Your Worship, if we have a response matrix from the owner's agent, we will certainly do that too.
All right. Next is Councillor Ego.
Thank you, and through your worship, really, I just wanted to say as well that I really appreciate the work that has gone in by the residents here today, and the time and the resources and the research you've done. It's amazing. I do have a question, actually. I believe it was Richard. I just need a visual. If I understood it correctly, was this last weekend or recently were kind of weekend trailers, I guess is what I saw in my head, brought in for a couple of days. That's what I thought I heard, so I would love some clarification on that.
I don't know if it was specifically this weekend. I think what you heard and what you've seen, and I have a question on this as well, is that although the particular piece of property 101 Cedar Grove is zoned for residential, they have begun and have been bringing in trailers for seasonal rentals. As a matter of fact, I think in one picture you've seen a sign up that's saying seasonal rentals, although it's not zoned for that. So clearly a violation of the Planning Act currently.
Thank you. That's what I really wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ego. Next is Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think at this time I would only be reiterating what my colleagues have said, and I've had my questions answered by staff, so I'll pass.
Thank you very much. Councillor White.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Again, thanks to the residents for their comments today. Please don't let my questions be indicative of any way I may or may not vote on this. I have two questions, both for Trevor. Does the current RM zoning allow for any seasonal camping trailers? In the presentation, it has modular / mobile homes as a permitted use, and I just need some clarity around that.
Through your worship, I'm actually going to handle that one off to Mr. Watt, because Mr. Watt is the planner assigned, and undoubtedly I might say something that was incorrect, and he has more direct knowledge of the file. Thank you.
All right, Cameron.
Thank you to the councillor for that question. So for the purpose of answering that specific question, we would defer to the definitions section of the zoning bylaw. The primary residential use within the RM zone, as you've stated, is the modular home park. The way the definition reads is, shall mean a parcel of land under single or condominium ownership which has been planned and improved for the placement of mobile and modular homes for non-transient use, together with ancillary facilities.
Non-transient.
So then for clarity, modular home a travel trailer is not a modular home. Is that correct?
Through your worship, and again, when we get into the technicalities of definitions, we would defer to modular home. If you would like me to read the definition, I surely can. I've got it in front of me here.
Please do.
So the definition for modular home, pardon me, I won't get too close here. Sorry about that. Modular home shall mean a prefabricated building equipped for year-round occupancy and containing therein facilities for cooking, as well as sanitary facilities, including a flush toilet and a shower or bathtub, and placed on a finished or permanent foundation. The construction of a modular home shall conform to the Ontario Building Code Act as amended, and shall maintain the appearance and character of traditionally constructed single detached dwelling units, particularly distinguished by a peaked hip or similar roof line. The definition shall not include a mobile home.
Thank you very much. Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, Mr. Watt, this might also be for you, maybe not. If that's the case, if the zoning application is granted, do the modular homes then become illegal into the zoning if it's zoned the next way?
Through your worship, in a scenario where if there is a use that is currently legally operating on the property and the zoning bylaw changes and that use is no longer legally allowed, it becomes legal nonconforming, meaning it's grandfathered. So if there's an existing use on the property currently that would meet the definition of what's allowed in the current zone, and then council or a municipality changes the zone, and that change of zone doesn't no longer permit that use, it's still permitted, it's just that it's a legal non-conforming use of the land.
May I? Thank you, Your Worship. Trevor, if that's the case, I guess what I'm trying to get at here is, if you have a legal non-conforming dwelling and that owner, per se, tries to sell or exit that and a new person attempts to come in, does that become permittable, or is that because it's illegal, does that make so that transaction cannot happen?
Through your worship, I'm certainly not a paralegal nor am I a lawyer, but I would suggest that legal nonconformity travels with the land. So if you owned a piece of property and you had a legal nonconforming use and then I wanted to purchase it for the same identical use, that's permitted under Section 34(9) of the Planning Act.
Thank you. That concludes my questions.
Great questions. Thank you, Councillor. All right. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Timms.
Could I just have a little clarification on that? So if legal non-conforming is appropriate, is that final decision made up to the landowner, whether they're going to allow people to stay on the property as legal non-conforming?
Through your worship, I don't know how to answer that question because I'm not the owner of the land and I don't know all the case law. This is an interesting scenario because the property is owned by Party A, but the residents are on Party A leasing it when they own their own units. So I don't have an answer to that question because there's a lot of case law on such things, and there could be case law that deals with that specifically. But I wouldn't want to give council advice on that without the research.
And I think that's fair, because the uniqueness is that the property is owned by the Barnes family. It is leased by the tenants, the mobile home owners. And so I think it's difficult for staff to answer that because it's a unique situation. It's not like an R1 zoned residential property where it's pretty straightforward. All right, next was Councillor Belanger.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. I'm somewhat confused with the error that is on the official plan, where the parcel that was to be tourism commercial was reversed with the residential component, and you indicated that that's carrying forward in the new official plan, that would still be tourism commercial. I believe that's what you said, so I would like some clarification there, because I would think that we want to rectify that if it's ongoing and continuing, and it had been reversed, that we would want it reversed back to what was intended for the official plan update. And I'll just make one more comment and let our Director of Planning attend. But the other thing that Mrs. De Palma said about the fact that a landlord would sell a modular home to an individual and then at that time, may or may not had known the intention of reversing the planning, but then offering $3,000 compensation, I would somewhat agree that that is highly unethical, if not worse. So, but anyhow, it was certainly a concern on my part. Thank you.
Trevor?
Through your worship, so I won't speak to the last part of it, but in regards to the error, I guess there's a difference of opinion, I think, what is an error and what's not an error. What I said was that as per your official plan, per section 19.2.1.2, council has the ability not to rezone lands despite what the underlying official plan designation may be. And you have that authority because your official plan gives you the opportunity to just recognize whatever land uses were in at that time, or not to rezone it until such time as you're satisfied that the lands could be used for an example, residential. So example, you can choose not to rezone the lands, or you can pre-zone lands and use a holding symbol. For whatever the reason, the council of the day chose not to use a holding symbol. They chose to rezone the lands for something that the official plan designation would have otherwise allowed by right. I don't understand as to why the council chose to do that, but that's what they did, and you have the authority to do so. So if you have lands that are designated commercial and you wish to, in your wisdom, put a residential zone on it, you may do so, because your official plan allows you that option. What I also said was, notwithstanding whether it was an error intention or not, under section 24(4) of the Planning Act, once that zoning bylaw has gone through its appeal period and is now in full force and effect, it is deemed to conform to the official plan regardless of what the designation may or may not be. So that is the remedy. So if the council of the day chose to put a residential zone on a commercial property, that's their prerogative, they can do that. If after that appeal period is in effect, no one can come back and say that the property doesn't have conformity with the official plan, because section 24(4) of the Planning Act has a specific provision that says it's deemed to conform. Is it usual for a council to put a designation on and then not have the corresponding zoning? No, it is not. But can it be done? Yes, it can, and it obviously has.
Go ahead, Councillor Belanger.
So just to follow up, like through the whole presentations, that we're referring to this parcel is residential modular, but on the official plan, it's tourism commercial. So how can it be both at the same time? Like, I understand your explanation, but the bottom line, it seems to be quite a contradiction.
And I agree, Councillor, but I think staff have been clear. It was the decision of the current council, and because no one appealed it, it is such as it is. My question, I guess, would be, can future councils reverse that?
Through your worship, yes. You can choose not to rezone it if and when the application comes back forward. We've already had that discussion. And council can choose to continue on the tourism accommodation designation that's shown in your first draft or not. And you can also choose to redesignate it to something else as part of the West Secondary Plan or not through that process as well.
Go ahead, Councillor.
So just in follow-up then, when we got a deputation a year ago, staff could have brought forward and council could have changed that designation prior to today, just on those lands, not with conjunction with the entire update of the official plan.
Through your worship, council could have directed that we do a town-initiated official plan and zoning bylaw amendment on the Barnes's property specifically, had that one, if council wanted to do that. I believe what we chose to do is not to do that and do it as part of the official plan review, which is currently underway, or the secondary plan and as part of the comprehensive zoning bylaw, if you don't wish to have it rezoned to something that is actually designated for in the current official plan.
So just follow up again. All that being said, I don't think the official plan was going to come to council with the designations exactly as they are today. There was no recommendation for a change. So we would have had to picked up on that as a council and said, no, we don't like the official plan like this. We want that changed.
Through your worship, that's correct. And that can be said of all the properties in Wasaga Beach. They can all be subject to your change.
Just for the record, I do see a couple of hands up in the audience. Unfortunately, we're at a part in the meeting where those questions and comments were through that process. And again, I want to reiterate, folks, it's imperative that we follow proper process here in order to make sure that this is fair and transparent to everybody. So unfortunately, I can't take your questions, so I'll save you that exercise. All right, any other questions or comments from members of council? All right, I just want to a couple of clarifications for me. One of the slides that we seen earlier of this particular section, are we able to pull it up? Do we have that still available? Well, it was the first presentation and it showed the section of residential. And in that residential, we've seen a couple of photos. We've seen one of a sign that said that this area is for seasonal use. So we've seen another one that showed a tent. And I also want to be clear, a tent is not considered a mobile home, correct? Although it does have a peaked roof. And we also seen, thank you, and within that, so there we see that, so as of January 2024, that indicates that. I just wanted to, so to be clear, that sign, A, is a sign that's against, I'm sure it contradicts our sign bylaw, but B, it indicates something that is illegal because the zoning is not in place in order to have those seasonal campgrounds. And I'm looking to our general manager. Is that correct in both cases?
Yes, and actually, earlier during this slide, I actually sent a text to the bylaw department, and if that sign is on town property, it'll be coming down today.
All right, thank you. Well, even if it's on residential property, right? I mean, we don't allow signs.
That's correct.
No matter where it is. All right, thank you. And then in the background of that picture, I'm seeing what looks like maybe an Airstream type trailer. It's not a mobile home, and I'm assuming that particular trailer is in this residential area currently. I'm seeing, thank you. All right, and could we just flip through the pictures there slowly? There's another one. Is that trailer in the residential area currently? All right. Okay, no, I don't, thank you very much, I just need a nod of heads, okay? Can we keep going? Another one, different trailer, same area, thank you. Next one. That non-mobile home sitting there is in the residential area? Okay, thank you. Next one. All right. All right, here's a good one. So I think I heard that we had ordered these trees to be removed, and this was last year? A few months ago, so we ordered these trees removed, so we decided we cut the limbs off the trees and we considered that removed. So my question is, when we issue an order, do we have a time frame on these orders, in which case we go back and say, hey, you haven't completed this?
I'll take that, Your Worship. So I don't have specific knowledge of this particular occurrence, but typically when we issue an order or a notice, it would have a time for compliance. you know, and we have to allow for a 5-day service period typically, unless we're able to actually serve the notice in person. But yeah, when we give a date, if it's not complied with, there's another level of enforcement that would kick in. If they were unsafe, we would take them down ourselves. But again, I don't have detailed knowledge of this particular occurrence, but that's how that would normally unfold.
So, and I'm not trying to put staff on the hot seat here, don't take me wrong, I'm just trying to have clarity. In this particular case, do we know, were these trees ordered to be taken down because they were unsafe? I'm sorry? So the decaying trees, we deemed them to be unsafe, they needed to be removed, I'm assuming? Sorry, you want to come ahead and join us, Rachel? Thank you.
So through you, Your Worship, I want to stay away from the word unsafe because there is a portion of, this was prior to AMP's implication, first off, so it was under POA, so we would issue property standards orders for it. If it was deemed as unsafe, like the immediate health and safety of an individual, then it would be an emergency order and it would need to be taken down right away. We did get professional opinions about this. They were not deemed as that, so a regular order was sent with a compliance date that has not passed yet.
So are these ash trees?
Yes.
Okay, so they were coming down because they were decaying because of the ash borer beetle, I'm assuming?
Yes.
And we wouldn't deem that then to be unsafe?
Not immediate health and safety of an individual.
And so then the next question I guess I have, and again, I want to be clear, I'm not putting staff on the hot seat because I understand how difficult your jobs are and how well you do them, so I want to be clear on that. But is this something that would normally be acceptable when we issue an order to remove a tree?
This occurrence is not complied with yet.
Okay. All right, can we flip forward, Chris, please, to, perfect, you're reading my mind. When we issue a demolition permit, do we have a timeline on demolition, and are there any safety requirements by the town with respect to demolition and how it's done and protection for life and safety around the area?
Thanks, Your Worship. When a demolition permit is issued, there's 6 months for whoever the permit holder is to commence the work. At the end of 6 months, and City View would give us a prompt that 6 months has passed, and we would check to see if any of the work has been completed. And if it hasn't, then we would notify the permit holder that, we're in a position at that point to revoke their permit, and direct them to, tell us what their intent is, whether they're going to fulfill the obligation of the demolition permit. As per demolition guidelines, we don't, outside of ensuring that utilities are disconnected. And I can tell you in the case of these demolition permits, we also put a condition in there that we wanted to make sure that our municipal water was protected, so that, we wanted determination of any sanitary connections and any water connections to be done to the town standards. So, but we don't typically place any specific guidelines around how the demolition occurs. Certainly, should we go to a site and have concerns, then we would address them at that time.
All right, so might I suggest that we have a real good hard look at the demolition permits. I mean, I think it's very important that if we're going to issue a demolition permit, that the commencement I get, if you've got 6 months to commence that demolition, fine. But once it's commenced, I think we need to have some pretty strict guidelines around how long you have to do that demolition, and also some strict guidelines around, health and safety and safety of life and limb. I mean, I'm looking at pictures here where kids could be in there playing with broken glass, nails, screws, you name it. The building is clearly not structurally sound as it sits there, and if it sat like that for days, and I'm using this just as an example of something that we absolutely need to look at and need to look at very quickly, because I would argue that if someone gets hurt here, someone's going to be coming back to us and saying, what's your guidelines around how long it takes to demolish somebody or something. And the other thing is there are folks out there who could very well their neighbors would have to deal with looking at a demolition for months. So could you just carry on? Chris, okay, this other one on the right. So the left is what it looked like, and the right is what it looked like after it was removed, and that's what was left and left there for quite some time. Again, I think a safety issue. Next pictures, please. Okay, next. I think that's it. Okay. So I just needed some clarity around some of these rules, regulations, and bylaws, so as that we know as we move forward. It's pretty clear to me that campgrounds, we need to have a good hard look at campgrounds in general. I can tell you that I have been to this particular campground and 2 others within our municipality, and when I drive through those locations, I see a plethora of what I would think are health and safety issues. I don't know how our fire trucks will get in there if something was to happen in many cases, and these are things that need to be dealt with. However, not related specifically to this meeting today. I want to thank everyone for coming out, and the residents. I want you to know that council's listening. We've heard you, but we do have a process we have to follow. And although I understand the frustration and you think that perhaps, this is a done deal, I can absolutely assure you that council has not made any decision on this at this point because it hasn't come to us with any recommendation from our staff. And when it does, we'll take everything into account and we'll make the decision that we believe is best for our community as a whole. I'm confident in that. But I want you to know that you're here. We're grateful you're here. And we want to thank the planning folks on behalf of the Barnes family as well for being here and presenting. And before I end, is there anything that you wish to add or anything you want to answer specifically? No? All right. So if there's any other comments or questions from council? Councillor Belanger?
Just one, Your Worship, and that was, it's been my experience around town that during demolition or anything else, that fencing has always been erected. And I can certainly understand that most companies would do that because of liability. And I guess if it wasn't done, I would want clarification of whether or not the town has any liability in that. But I was very surprised to see a building half demolished without fencing around it. So I think the mayor was thinking that as one of the safety issues, but I just say it's been the experience that, when we look at a number of areas around town where, matter of fact, not only did we insist on the fencing, but the fencing had fallen down, and then through bylaw, we had the fencing put back up. So I'm just not understanding when we say that there's no specific rules around that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Belanger, and thank you everyone for being here today. Before we end, I just want to make it clear that if you want to receive further information and you want the consultants to respond to you, that you please fill out a letter of consent with our deputy clerk, so as that you can consent to us allowing and giving your information to the consultants in order to be in touch with you. It's part of the Privacy Act, and we want to make sure we're following that as well. And if you're wanting any written notice or any notice of results, that you please, again, leave your name and contact information with the deputy clerk before you leave today. And having said that, we will now adjourn this meeting. We'll take a 10-minute bio break and come back for the next meeting. I'm sorry?
Okay, through your worship, we're live.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and welcome back, everybody. Just getting back from a 10-minute break. Now moving on to item number 4.2 on the agenda, which is a public planning meeting, the official plan amendment OP 00324 and zoning bylaw amendment Z00524, which is 8859 Beechwood Drive, legally described as Concession 4 North, Part Lot 34. This public meeting regarding proposed application for the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment submitted for the property municipally addressed as 8859 Beechwood Road. The application being considered are the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment file number OP 00324 and Z00524. This public meeting is an opportunity for members of the public to learn more about the proposed development, and for council, this public meeting is not to engage in debate regarding the merits of the application, nor is it intended to be a question and answer session. It is simply to make council aware of the public's comments and to ask any clarifying questions. No decisions are being made at this public meeting. Please be advised that you must make a request in writing if you wish to receive a notice of any decision of council regarding these applications. To make a written request for notice at this meeting, please fill out the planning public meeting sign-in sheet located with our deputy clerk here to the right, and she will make sure that you get those notices in future. With us today, we have our town staff. Samantha Hanna, planning staff, will now make a brief presentation and will provide further details with respect to the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. Good morning, Samantha. No, sorry, good afternoon, Samantha.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council, and members of the public. I'm the town planner assigned to this file, and I'll be introducing the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for the lands municipally addressed as 8859 Beechwood Road. There is a related draft plan of subdivision file as well. This application has been submitted by Sunray Living Inc., and the applicant and their planning consultant are in attendance today. Okay, so for a quick overview for the presentation, so planning staff will start off by outlining the public meeting and describing the purpose of the public meeting, the planning application process, and then I will be presenting an overview of the applicant's proposed development. So a public meeting is required under the Planning Act for an official plan amendment and for a zoning bylaw amendment application. Town staff are introducing the applicant's proposal to council and to the public, and the purpose of the public meeting is to provide an opportunity to the public for sharing written comments and making oral submissions to council. So in terms of the planning application process, this slide indicates where we are in the planning process. So planning staff have received the applications, have deemed the applications complete, have circulated notice of complete applications and public meeting, and we're here now at the public meeting. So the purpose of the public meeting today is to gather information and for members of the public to provide comments on the proposed development. Following the public meeting, internal departments and external agencies will continue to review the applications submitted. At a later date, staff will put together a staff recommendation report, which will be provided to council. From there, council will render a decision on the applications, and then an appeal period will follow. So in terms of what's being proposed, the applicants, the proposed official plan amendment application and zoning bylaw amendment application, as well as the associated draft plan of subdivision, have been submitted to facilitate a residential development consisting of 42 semi-detached dwelling units, 322 townhouse and back-to-back townhouse dwelling units, 146 apartment dwelling units, 1 public park block, a stormwater management pond block, a stormwater management channel block, a common element block, a maintenance access block, and 2 cul-de-sac conveyance blocks. Overall, what's being proposed is 510 dwelling units. So in terms of the site location, the subject lands have an overall area of approximately 12.24 hectares and have frontage along Beechwood Road, Highway 26, and Robert Street South, Some of the surrounding land uses include residential and vacant lands to the north, vacant lands, Highway 26, and environmental protection and agricultural lands within Clearview Township to the south, residential, commercial, and vacant lands to the east, and residential and vacant lands to the west. So the subject lands are municipally addressed as 8859 Beechwood Road and 65 Robert Street. So the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment is for the lands that are at 8859 Beechwood Road. However, the associated draft plan of subdivision also includes a portion of 65 Robert Street South for a proposed cul-de-sac conveyance. So the existing official plan designation on the property is residential and natural heritage category 1. As you can see on the slide there, the area in white is residential. The purple area going through the property, that's natural heritage category 1 lands. Within the residential designation, permitted uses include low-density residential uses such as detached, semi-detached, and duplex dwellings to a maximum density of 20 units per net residential hectare, as well as medium-density residential uses such as semi-detached duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, linked and street townhouses, and similar multiple dwellings at a density generally not exceeding 37 units per net residential hectare. With regards to the natural heritage category 1 lands, permitted uses include existing agricultural uses, forestry, passive outdoor recreation, public use, works uses, etc. So what's being proposed with regard to the official plan amendment application is for the lands to be redesignated from the residential and natural heritage system category 1 lands to residential, medium density residential, high density residential, open space, and natural hazards lands. Further, the proposed official plan amendment would amend Schedule D of the town's official plan to remove the natural heritage system category 1 and 2 lands overlay on the subject property. Further, it would establish new maximum density permissions within the medium and high density residential designations, permit medium density development west of 71st Street, where medium density development is generally discouraged as per section 5.2.5.5 of the town's official plan, and permit back-to-back townhouses within the medium density residential designation. Currently, the lands are zoned as development. Permitted uses within the development zone include, but are not limited to, a detached accessory dwelling unit, an existing single detached dwelling unit, agricultural produce sales outlet, a conservation use, and wildlife sanctuary, including a forestry use. Some of the surrounding zones include residential zones, development lands, commercial zones, as well as environmental protection and agricultural lands within Clearview Township. The applicants, through their proposed zoning bylaw amendment, are proposing to rezone the lands from the development zone to the residential type 1 zone, residential type 2 exception zone, various residential type 4 exception zones reflective of the dwelling types and densities proposed, and various open space exception zones. The proposed exception zones include a number of site-specific zoning standards, including but not limited to lot dimensions, setbacks, coverage, encroachments, building height, and parking requirements. As mentioned earlier, the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications also include a draft plan of subdivision application. To conclude, this public meeting is required by the Planning Act. Town staff are presenting the applicant's proposal. A detailed review of the applications is ongoing but not yet completed. Staff will forward received comments to council, and staff will provide a recommendation report to council at a later date. For additional information, residents may contact planning staff at the email address on this slide and find the supporting documentation at the link. And this concludes planning staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samantha. We now have Darren Vella of Innovative Planning Solutions on behalf of the applicant, and he will make a brief presentation and provide further details with respect to the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. We have Ken Michaud and Connor Michaud from Sunray Living, Inc., James Orr of R.J. Burnside, and Rob Waters from Waters Environmental are also in attendance, I believe, virtually via Zoom. Is that correct, Madam Deputy Clerk?
Through your worship, that is correct.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Darren. You've been patient, but you know how this works. So anyway, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council, and staff. Thanks to Samantha for giving the initial presentation. So as you mentioned, my name is Darren Vella from IPS Consulting. I'm here this afternoon on behalf of Sunray Living Group to present the following applications. So I'm not going to go into detail here. Samantha has explained to you the property size, its relative dimensions, and its location. In terms of community context, I think it is important to just touch upon the fact that this particular property is challenging from the perspective that we're dealing with two roads that are not under the jurisdiction of the municipality. And that's going to be challenging, but hopefully working with the town and working with the Ministry of Transportation, we will find ways to really improve the Beechwood Road interface and really make it more pedestrian friendly, really make it more community focused. And that's what we're hoping to do as part of our development application. The surrounding context in terms of existing uses, we do have some existing development up along Robert Street. That is really the only interface on this property where there is an existing interface with single detached dwellings. The remaining portions of the property surrounding the site are all vacant. Some are in public ownership, some are actually owned by the MTO. That button's not working. There it is there. So there is an MTO parcel here, and then there is also lands that are owned by the municipality for your future West End water tower and depot area, just abutting those lands. We are in contact also with the neighboring developer who owns Beechwood Terrace, so there has been communication with this landowner just in terms of overall site plan integration and ensuring proper transportation connections between both properties. So in terms of the development concept, I want to touch upon a couple things. The first thing I want to touch upon are the lands that are proposed to be dedicated to the municipality through the development application. So there's a couple really key important features that I want to make note. So the first thing is up here in the top corner. The existing Robert Street cul-de-sac does not meet current municipal standards. Part of our development application is to improve that cul-de-sac, make it a proper turnaround for fire vehicles, emergency vehicles, snowplow operators, to ensure that that's going to function like a proper cul-de-sac. Abutting that cul-de-sac, what we are proposing here is just under an acre in size. That is proposed to be dedicated as a municipal park. So we are proposing a park in that location to provide a bit of a buffer to the Robert Street residents, as well as to provide another community gathering spot for the new residents within this community. Other than those two items, I want to make note of this long light blue area here. So what is very important to understand, council members of the public, about this block here is that is proposed as a stormwater management bypass channel. And the intent of that channel is to alleviate numerous flooding occurrences that are happening historically in this part of your community. So what is effectively happening today is there is a large drainage area across the highway that is draining under Highway 26 through a number of culverts. That water is running through this property and it is flooding existing residents in this West End. The intent through our engineering team, through working with your Public Works Department, with working through NVCA, is to create a channel in which this water is going to be collected, so it is not going to be flowing into existing neighborhood areas. Collect that water, channelize it through the property, connect in with the channel that is being proposed to be constructed through an ongoing EA that the municipality is currently working on, and finally control the water in the west end of Wasaga Beach. So that block is intended also to be dedicated to the municipality once it has been constructed and put in place for stormwater management purposes. On top of the stormwater management channel, there is also in this purple color here, there is a stormwater management block. The intent of that stormwater management block is to control pre- and post-development flows of our development site. So that stormwater management block deals specifically with our property and ensures that any water being created as a result of developing our property is controlled and then released at a rate that it currently releases before development ever took place on the property. So those are the three or four, important municipal features to the development. In looking at the proposed configuration and housing typologies on the property, starting with Highway 26, these two red color blocks here, the rectangular blocks, these blocks here are proposed 6-story condominium buildings. Each of those buildings will have 73 units contained within each building. And further on in the presentation, there are some conceptual elevations as to what those buildings may look like, depending review through your planning department. On the perimeter of the site, what we've done is to ensure proper integration with existing lot fabric and existing homes is we are proposing 2-story structures. So those heights will be comparable to structures along the Robert Street interface. These properties here that you see in the yellow color, those are 2-story semi-detached units. And then the light purple area, these represent 2-story townhouse blocks which contain a maximum of 8 units per block along that interface. So those units, the semi-detached and the townhouse units, carry along the entire perimeter of the property, also along the other interface that would be abutting the proposed stormwater bypass channel. Interior to the site, there are a number of 3-story structures. The darker purple color are traditional 3-story townhouse units with backyards. And then this pink color are 3-story back-to-back townhouse units that do not have any backyards, but do have amenity space on accessory decks that are attached to the structures. There are also, based on the fact that this is proposed as a private condominium development, there are also other private amenity spaces proposed on the property. As you enter the property off of Beechwood, there is a large proposed private amenity space in this area where we envision tennis courts and basketball court for some active amenity uses in that location. And then there is also another private amenity space in this location here where there will be less active uses, more passive amenity opportunities for different demographics. You can see on the ends here of these two blocks, as well as this channel here, there are blocks set aside also for different amenity areas, not only for gathering places, but also to allow people to walk freely through the site and not only on sidewalks. So in terms of the structure of the development, I just want council to be aware that the proposed road network is proposed to be private in this development. So that means there are no services that the municipality will be maintaining internal to this site. These services will be owned and operated by a condominium corporation, and that provides less burden on the municipality moving forward in terms of overall maintenance. So everything that I just discussed is shown here on this slide, and Samantha has also highlighted the breakdown of the different units. So this just gives an overall summary of the proposed total unit count. Some elevation. So here is a proposed elevation from our architectural team of what conceptually a 6-story building could look like. As I mentioned, this is not a concrete plan. There are opportunities for this to be revised. There is opportunities for some input on these overall elevations, but this was the initial design theme that was thought of from our architectural team. From a townhouse 2-story, as I mentioned, the 2-story townhouses are located around the perimeter of the site. So here is an elevation of a 2-story townhouse unit. So you'll see that there's some architectural interest in the gables on the rooftop. There's some large windows as well as a red brick in this particular elevation. Here's a more modern elevation also of what a different 2-story townhouse elevation could look like. So these different elevations give you an idea of different architectural flavors that could be considered in the new community. And then here, complementing the previous 2-story red brick townhouse elevation, this is a 3-story elevation. So this elevation would be utilized for both the traditional 3-story townhouse units as well as the 3-story back-to-back townhouse units. And what I just wanted to also point out is the decking that I had mentioned for the units that do not have a rear backyard. So the official plan, so these maps are what your current official plan identifies, designates the property. So these official plan modifications are proposed in order to allow the development to proceed. That is the second map that is proposed to be amended. And then, as Samantha mentioned, your zoning bylaw currently puts the land in a development zone, which basically is a holding zone that would allow a process like this to take place in order for there to be community engagement on any development proposal on the property. In terms of technical reports, these reports took about 1.5 years to prepare, mainly because of the floodplain hydraulic assessment that was required for the creation of the stormwater bypass channel. If there's any members of the public that are interested in looking at these reports, they are available through the town, or alternatively, if you are looking for the reports, they could be supplied also through my office. So with that, Your Worship, the purpose of our applications is to facilitate a new 500-plus unit residential development in the west end of your town. The proposed development offers a compact urban form that is directed to support intensification and efficiently utilize land infrastructure and services in an economical manner. The development offers a permanent solution to alleviate flooding concerns within this part of your community and provides a variety of unit types to provide more attainable housing within the town. With that, Your Worship, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Darren, and I'll now look to the clerk to see if we have any folks online wishing to speak to this matter.
Thank you, Your Worship. We do not have any online speakers, but we do have a number in person.
All right, I do understand we have 6 speakers here in person.
That's correct. And the first one we have is Susan Anthony, please.
Good morning, Susan. Sorry, good afternoon. And the floor is yours. I'm just going to ask you to pull that mic down just gently towards you. There you go. Thank you so much.
My report will be short, just like I am. My name is Susan Anthony. I'm here with my son, William, my daughter, Patricia. We own the property across the road from this development, so we're at 8884 Beechwood Road, which right now is a beautiful woodland outlook. Won't be that in the future, I'm sorry, but my father-in-law built our property in 1956, and I've been coming up here, well, when I was a child, I came up sooner, but in the 70s after I got married. And My father-in-law used to tell us that the land across the road was Crown land, which I never really looked up that designation, but I presumed what it meant was the government owns it, and he said nobody would ever be able to develop on that land. Well, unfortunately, we've found that's different. One of the issues that I take exception to is that these apartments. The 2 apartment buildings are 6-story apartment buildings, as has been mentioned. If you go up and down Beechwood Road from Mosley Street all the way to Collingwood, there is nothing in that designation right now. There are mostly bungalows, some 2-story buildings. I don't even think there are any 3-story buildings right now. So this would change the look of the land for sure. We wonder too how the designation of heritage, natural heritage designation can be changed. Heritage makes it sound like it's something that's going to continue on forever. It also sounds like something that is environmentally friendly. And I don't think this proposal looks like it's environmentally friendly. The developer's report shows that they're going to take down over 16,000 trees. And I know they've shown us a little stormwater, little river or canal or whatever that is supposed to be, but I'm no arborist, but I know trees hold the land together so that you don't have flooding. So if they take away 16,000 of those, I don't know how that little river or whatever it is supposed to hold all the flooding back. This development also is on a curve of Beechwood Road, and we've already heard from MTO that there should be no more exits from coming off of Beechwood Road because that would be dangerous to the traffic. We already have found that Beechwood Road is full of traffic now, which should really be going a lot of it onto Highway 26. But they still continue to go on to Beechwood Road because it's, I guess, easier, or they've been used to going that way. So I don't know how this little diversion on Robert Street, which again, that's a very small, it's a very narrow road with a small cul-de-sac, which I heard that how it's supposed to be changed, but that's a big change to occur in the area. And also with 510 units, what are we looking at? 600 cars or so? That's a lot of cars added onto our road that's already very, very busy in the first place. They did mention in their report that as it's a wild forested area now, there's all kinds of wildlife, but they seem to indicate that it's insignificant wildlife. Well, there's deer. I can tell you because they come on my property too. There's deer, there's rabbits, there's possums, there's fox, there's all kinds of birds. And where are they all going to go? I don't have room for them on my property, but I'll take a few of them. But I don't think that's insignificant at all. I think wildlife, that's why there was a heritage designation in the first place, to protect these kind of things. And I would think that there could be other places that they could put a development like this that would be maybe more appropriate, where you don't have to decimate the area that's there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan. Next speaker, Madam Deputy Clerk, please.
And thank you, Your Worship. Janet Arthur.
Good afternoon, Your
Good afternoon,
Honor.
Janet. Welcome.
Welcome, staff members, councillors. I live on 54 Robert Street. Now, it's a quiet little street. We've got maybe 14 houses on it. A lot of them are retired people, and some are young families with children, small children. Now, if this development goes ahead, I'm assuming that Robert Street is going to be one of the exit streets. So, what happens to our way of life? Quiet, only a few cars going up and down, children playing on the street. They say over 500 units being built. Times that maybe by 4. lot of families have 4 cars. That's a lot of traffic. Just like the other lady said, there's wildlife in that area. We have deer, we have wild turkeys, we have ducks that return every year to nest. We have opossums, foxes, everything that is on a nature area. Why should it all be taken down? I am a senior. I don't know how many more years I have to live, but do I have to live for the rest of my life with noise going on from construction? How long is that going to take? And then the traffic. And with all the construction, do I have to keep my windows closed so the dirt and the dust doesn't come in? I mean, I don't know what it's going to be like living on Roberts Street. I love living there. I love Wasaga Beach. But I don't want to live there if the traffic is going to go crazy. But I'm a senior. Where else can I move? Also, are these houses going to be affordable houses? They talk about affordable homes that are needed. It doesn't sound like these are going to be that affordable. Plus, where's all the parking going? Right? Are people going to park on Roberts Street? Who knows? But these are my comments, and I just want council to know that the people on Roberts Street are not happy with a bunch of traffic going down their quiet street. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Janet. Madam Deputy Clerk, who's next?
Thank you, Your Worship. Kathleen Caswell.
Good afternoon, Kathleen. Welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor, other councillors, staff, public. Guess what I'm going to talk about? So it took quite a bit of time to go through some of the 28 documents that are on the website, but I tried to figure out what was going on. But it is obvious from all the reports on that website that a lot of effort and time and money has gone into studying this land on behalf of the developer. So it seems to me that there's no doubt that this development will proceed. So I'm more or less going to talk about things that maybe could be added or changed to it. As we know, the climate is changing faster and furious, more furious than ever, and all new developments need to address that fact. I see that some of the reports on the planning website do mention climate change and greenhouse gas emissions, so that's good. It's obvious that the reports support clear cutting and are downplaying the significance of both the wetland and the forest. And even the identified endangered species is somehow written off. Does our planning department have an environmental planner? And does that planner have any concerns about these reports, given that wetlands provide natural flood control and forests clean out the air? So I am requesting that a third-party peer review be done by an environmental planner, that the reports that talk about the insignificance of this land be reviewed by this planner. Did we engage the Indigenous community in this planning of this development? Is this not a good idea since they have so much environmental knowledge? When you look at this piece of land, you can see that it's connected to a very large forest area, and the forest eventually ends at the shores of Georgian Bay. Perhaps it's the last of the untouched forest that is reaching as far as the bay. Are we making a mistake to turn this forest into concrete? What impact will the West Wasaga Secondary Plan have on this proposed development? I really liked one of the main recommendations that was presented to us during that week of public consultations, which was to have a street that would be very pedestrian and people-friendly to encourage active transportation and take some of the load off of Beechwood Road. But I don't see in this developer's diagram that they've incorporated that street. I see that, and I know that the secondary plan's not approved and completed yet, because I've been trying to I've been bugging your planners to get a copy of it, so I understand it's in the works. I see that the design reports talk about active transportations, that's good, but how does that fit in with our active transportation master plan? I see that there's sidewalks and multi-use trails in the plan, but I don't see how it connects to the existing trails outside of the development and how that connects to other communities outside of Wasaga even. Our new official plan, also in draft stage, talks about complete neighborhoods, which the report talks about as well, which is good. Our official plan also talks about energy efficiency achieved through the development of green buildings. I don't see anything about this in the reports, and I know our official plan's not official yet, but I don't see any consideration for on-site renewable energy, possibly solar, or using more sustainable building materials, or high-efficiency appliances, such as replacing air conditioners with heat pumps to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. Could a report be produced to address these climate change concerns? And then my final point is, so those are 5 different questions or requests to look at the development. And I understand development, it has to make a profit, and they're thinking about doing 510, they're proposing 510 homes. And most people won't like this idea, but is it possible to protect the wetland and some of the trees and keep the number of desired households the same by increasing the density? For example, replacing some of the semi-detached houses or townhouses with more apartments, because that's the direction we need to go in as a world. We need to live denser, be closer to each other, and stop using up green space and farm space and that kind of stuff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathleen. Madam Deputy Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Now, I'm just double checking, is Gerard Duzastri here? He wasn't able to make it? Okay. Thank you. Joe Matai? Thank you.
I'm sorry, Joe's last name again?
Spelled M-A-U-T-I.
Well, that clears that up. Thanks very much, Joe. Good afternoon and welcome.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and thank you to Your Worship and to members of Council for giving me this opportunity to address this issue. Well, I'm here on behalf, basically, of many members, a few dozen members of the west end of Shore Lane, and they've sort of elected me to, be their voice, and I'll be brief on it because a lot of the issues have already been discussed, as well as with Gerard Duzastre, who's supposed to be here before me, not able to attend, but he submitted an extensive letter regarding the environmental impact, so I'll leave that for you to look at. So basically, on behalf of this community, we wish to convey our deepest opposition regarding this proposed medium high-density project application being submitted by Summary Living. My wife and I have resided in this community for over 12 years now, and we chose this particular location because of its idyllic and natural landscape that envelops this particular sensitive environmental area. If approved, we strongly believe that this proposed development would drastically impact the character of our community in many negative and damaging ways. These lands are presently zoned as R1, Natural Heritage System category, as are all the other properties in the location of the immediate area. The majority of these homes consist of approximately 40 to 50 foot frontage, approximately 200 feet in depth. However, the Sunray development proposal is completely out of character and alien to the present zoning in the area. The proposed plan significantly alters the community, and nowhere in the immediate area is this application consistent with the location and character that we reside in. This application is a severe, drastic step in their attempt to amend from Property Zone 1, single dwelling homes, Natural Heritage System category, to an unconventional high-density R4 zoning. Like nowhere in the area, as was mentioned earlier, are you going to find six-story condominiums. And we're hoping not to see that. And that's the reason all the people in this area moved to this specific area, because we checked in advance to make sure it's R1 zoning, everything looks nice, and all of a sudden now they want to throw this at us. This is not suitable for higher density. It should be restricted to just R1 density and retained as a natural heritage site. I often drive by on Beechwood Drive, and just south of Beechwood, you see to the west of us, is that subdivision that just to the west of us, and I admire the character of this. There's no high density, and the homes are single dwelling and consistent with the main theme and fabric of the neighborhood. This is the Blue Water subdivision I'm speaking about. That's a gorgeous subdivision, and that's basically what I'd like to see in our community. To further complicate matters, much of this property consists of wetlands. Our wetlands are getting wetter and in some cases disappearing. As we have paved over our paradise, we cannot afford to ignore nature's sponge for a moment longer. Further, many reports indicate that Lake Huron, which includes Georgian Bay, has the largest watershed in the Great Lakes. This high population densification proposal would irrevocably destroy the NVCA protected wetlands. Reports indicate that due to the loss of the wetlands and watershed during these periods of heavy rain and snowfall, water may run off impervious surfaces such as newly proposed parking lots, roads, buildings, and other structures because they will have nowhere else to go. These surfaces act as fast lanes that transport the water directly into storm drains or ditches. The excessive water volume can quickly overwhelm streams and rivers, causing them to overflow and possibly result in floods. Flooding can also overwhelm sewer systems, causing them to overflow in nearby streams and river. Many publications refer to the other sources regarding how damaging it would be to destroy the natural preserve and wetlands in order to replace them with asphalt and concrete. But because of this, plots of lands are situated in sensitive environmental areas. We will require an environmental assessment, which I'm sure that'll be forthcoming. However, it must be conducted by an impartial and reputable company and not one that's selected by the developer. This would have to be able to deal with concerns regarding density, wetland damage, and sanitary and storm sewers issues. There exists, as maybe you may be aware, there consists a history of considerable flooding in this area, basically on Shore Lane and the area just west of us. We will require a number of basements have been flooded over the years, and in many cases have been unable to obtain insurance to recover these damage costs. So basically, who's going to be responsible for any of these issues concerning water damage due to flooding and storm backups that may occur because of this proposed building project? Numerous members of our community already have sump pumps running constantly because of the excessive water flow. This increased density and destruction of the wetlands can only increase this problem. This proposed 510 high-density units could add up to about 2,000 people and 1,000 motor vehicles in this very relatively small environmentally sensitive area. This desensification will not only destroy the character of the west part of Wasaga Beach, but the infrastructure does not exist to sustain such a project. This Sunray Living application, if approved, would generate rapid increased traffic, noise, flooding, congestion, which would fundamentally alter the unique character and fabric of our community. Many of us in the community are retired and are on pension. We spent our entire savings moving here because of its unique area and all this idyllic, paradisal, environmentally friendly community that for all of us to enjoy while in our senior years. We don't want to see that lost. We understood that most homes would be built in the neighborhood. However, we did not anticipate to see that it would be done at the expense of the wetlands, environment, and the habitat. We moved to this location because it was zoned R1. We did our research at the time that it was R1, and we would never have imagined that it would ever change from this beautiful, distinct character to what is being proposed by the developer's request to high-density R4 zoning. Rife with high-rise congested buildings. Once again, this developer's proposal requests an extreme, far-reaching amendment to go from R1 low density to R4 high density, which again would destroy the character and natural habitat of our beloved community. Therefore, I'm pleading with Town Planning Department and Council not to support this development application and recommend to Council that they deny, and that Council does deny these applications due to the negative adverse impact that would have in our entire community. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Joe. Madam Deputy Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ilya Gordienko.
Good afternoon, Ilya, and welcome.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, and members of the council. My name is Ilya. I've moved into Wasaga Beach just last year. Me and my family have been here for about a year. We are on 46 Robert Street, the street that's going to be part of this development. It is a very quiet residential street, as some members of the public has mentioned. I was looking through the plan. It's quite a robust, large plan. There's like many pages on it. One of the things that I was concerned about is just the degree of special provisions that they're actually trying to get through. It's very difficult to have like an apples-to-apples comparison in terms of how a correct proposal for an R1 subdivision would look like on this space versus one that has all of these provisions and all of these changes across the board. It is changing our streets quite a lot. As a lot of people have mentioned, there's no high-rises. And there's quite a few of these high-density buildings. And just going through the rough numbers, it is looking like there will be about 42 units per hectare at this proposed rate, 510 residential units, about 12 hectares. And I myself lived in the city of Toronto for 7 years before this, and I just brought up some rough numbers from the Toronto equivalent. Toronto in general is 25. The regular semis are 28, and the townhouses are about 30 units per hectare. So we're proposing this plan for substantially more than the townhouses in Toronto, which I think in accounting for various different things in our city that are more geared towards R1 residential, that might be lacking in for this substantial increase in residents. One of the proposals in the plan as well is quite a substantial reduction in the parking spaces. Some of the concerns were about parking on our street as well as some other things. But in general, if you drive by that city, it's not a very pedestrian-friendly yet street. That could be, and that's something the city could move towards. But as it stands right now, if we have a substantial reduction in cars, that means a lot of people either maybe park illegally, or most likely they have fewer cars. That means there'll be more pedestrians on the street. And just looking at number of schools, number of hospitals, a nearest grocery store, the nearest pharmacy, there's not that much that you could walk to and buy things from, right? So if we're actually reducing number of parking spots, maybe that's something that the plan should also account for in terms of either increasing public transportation funds to increase that, or something along those lines. The other thing I wanted to point out too is that the plan itself and the presentation that went along presented three kind of sets of plans, right? There's the semi-detached units that they proposed, and there was like a pretty pictures, and that's based on our housing on Robert Street. That's maybe double the density of that, right? So there's this kind of small residential semi-detached, but those only account for 42 units out of the 510. So that's a small portion of those ones. And then there's a big high-rise section of 146 units that they also want to propose, but the majority of it, 322 units, are of these, I think they're called medium density, but they are high-rise townhouses and these three-story buildings as well, which I believe we don't have in Wasaga Beach in general. And again, coming from Toronto, those are very high density that usually have a lot of parking and a lot of requirements around that. So it is not only the 6-story buildings that are going to stick out as like a sore thumb on our streets, but also these medium density as well, which is substantially more dense than what are R1 residential. And yeah, I just want to kind of reiterate, I think the main concern for our residents is that a lot of the parking considerations and also the potential delays around how long the construction might take. These are, again, 510 units take quite a long time to build. What are the implications with parking and implications with just the construction itself that will go on? I think those are most of my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ilya. Madam Deputy Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. That was our last speaker.
All right, thank you. Seeing there's no more registered, if there's anyone in the audience who hasn't spoken to this yet and would like to come forward and either speak in favor or against, please do so now and state your name and address for the record. Good afternoon.
Mary McKay, I live at 562 Mosley Street. So I'm on the other end of town, but I just, because I do obviously drive along that section, heading to stores, going to Collingwood, things like that, I guess I just wanted to ask just about just the traffic congestion, because you've got, single lane road on the west end of town going from, where the Canadian Tire Plaza is all the way up to Highway 26. So, when you start looking at adding, say, 500 units times 2 or 3 cars per, that's a lot of density, right? And obviously, it's difficult to widen those roads going through because there's current existing residences. But, I've seen this happen so many times where, they put up big subdivisions and then the congestion happens and then they try to deal with it later on. So that's definitely a concern, is just, the traffic flow through there is going to be pretty crazy. And also, too, we talk a lot about trying to build neighborhoods and things that, again, eliminate cars. But when you have communities that are built and there's no little corner grocery stores, there's nothing you can really walk to. Everything I found with Wasaga Beach seems to be based around box stores. So how do you encourage, neighborhoods of bike riding and walking and things like that when you have to drive to Walmart, you have to drive to, the superstore, and I've heard there's possibly a Costco, which is, I don't know, another place that just promotes massive amounts of cars and driving. So I just feel like a lot of these new communities could be just thought out in a totally different way, that are much more environmentally friendly, that think of, let's build a neighborhood, like the old neighborhoods where, like I say, you could have a convenience store, a greengrocer, places you could walk to, but everything is just based on just put a big whack of homes here, knock down a forest, get rid of wetlands, pave over farmland, and then just build massive box stores that just encourage more people to get in cars and drive. And that's totally the opposite direction we should be going to as a community and as a planet, to be honest. And we have a real opportunity, I think, to do things in a very different way. Just even looking at how, as Kathleen had mentioned, how things are built, like encouraging solar, encouraging, green development, net zero homes, net zero buildings, looking at things like green roofs, permeable surfaces as opposed to paved driveways. The more things that we pave over, even if you put in a big drainage ditch, and you still get extreme flood events. Look what happened to Toronto a few weeks ago. I was down there. It's pretty crazy. What soaks up water is, natural land, and the earth can be quite a good sponge, obviously. But I just think there's a lot more as a community that we can do looking forward into this development and other future developments. So.
Great, thank you very much. All right, is anyone else who would like to come forward to speak to this? Come forward, state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Dave Snell. I formerly lived at 65 Robert Street, staying in Horseshoe Valley right now. I'm really most concerned about when I get to move back into the area, that we've solved the flooding problem. And over the years, I've attempted severances, I've attempted a number of things, and always the MVCA has said there's flooding threats that will be hazardous to people on Robert Street. What I've seen, and I've looked very deeply into the environmental assessments and the hydrogeological assessments, what I'm seeing is that if the floodplain and the wetlands that are there now were doing a job, we wouldn't have this threat of flooding that's preventing us from building. There's at least 8 infill building areas fully serviced on Robert Street that we can't build on or haven't been able to because of the threat of flooding. To me, it's imperative that we stop the potential of the 100-year flood, which is very real and becoming more real every year now, by creating these floodplains or the channels and the ability to store the stormwater and just relieve that. Because whatever happens over the future in that area, it will always be under that threat until that floodplain issue is solved. So that's, to me, paramount. More development is coming to that end of town. It has to. It's just a natural place for people to want to build. What I've seen so far with the Sunray, they're building to what we've asked for in the West Wasaga redevelopment plan, or the plans going forward. They want more density, they want higher buildings, more are coming, and it's inevitable. So I think at least we can do is work to make it work for us and get the floodplain issues solved, get the type of housing we want built, which looks like they're addressing. And I do believe there's problems with the traffic. We'll need to deal with those. But that's, as I said, that's going to be inevitable as that development occurs. and more high buildings are coming, and they're not high-rises. I've been on the 25th floor of a high-rise. That's 6 stories. So that's my 2 cents at this point. I think it's inevitable, and I think this is not a bad crew to be working with to take us where we said we want to go. Thanks.
Thank you, David. Does anyone else who wishes to speak either in favor or against this, please come forward now and state your name and address for the record. I'll ask a final time. Anyone wanting to come forward? All right. Seeing no one, I'll turn to members of council for any questions or comments for clarification. Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, maybe to Trevor. Heritage number 1, can you define what it is about this property that gives it heritage number 1 designation?
Through your worship, I'm going to do a very bad job at categorizing it because I don't have the EIS probably as knowledgeable as maybe Darren and Samantha. So with your worship's permission, I'll try my first attempt, and maybe Darren, who's a little bit more in the file, can get to it. My recollection is that there's a historic stream that has traversed this property. What my recollection of the EIS is that it's the stream is seasonal. It comes and goes based on rainwater events and snow melts. We think that when the Highway 26 was put in, that some of the natural flows of the water had been impeded, and that has exacerbated the ongoing flooding issues that have been occurring in that area, and Kevin may be able to speak to the EAA. So I think from what my guess would be is that when we did the 2003 official plan, we did what's called a desktop review of stream corridors. This was identified as a stream corridor that may be worthy of protection, but it had never been really reviewed at an in-depth level to confirm whether or not that was true or not. And so now that and there was no reason to until there was a development application. There is now a development application. As part of that development application, they are required to do the substantive review, which is the EIS. And to speak to the comment earlier, no, we do not have an environmental planner in-house. We will have it peer-reviewed by a third-party firm that will be paid for by the developer. And I'm not sure if Mr. Vellon is able to speak to more depth of the actual appropriateness of the Category 1 or not at this point.
Councillor, one sec. So just to be clear for the public, we will ask for a peer review by an environmental engineer, and we're paid for by the developer. Who will choose that individual that will do that peer review? The town?
Through your worship, it's the town's peer reviewer, so we will do it.
Okay, so we'll make the choice of who it is. They just got to pay for it.
Correct.
All right. Darren, did you have anything to add to that? Just going to ask you to come forward, Darren, there to the mic. Thanks.
We do have, through your worship to Councillor White, we do have our environmental consultant online. If you want more detail on it, we could ask Rob Waters to join the meeting and provide some comments.
I'm okay. I think I
that's necessary.
understand the link between what you were saying and what you're doing with this
channel.
The channel, yeah. That's what I wanted to check. But I do have another question, though, if that's okay, but not for you.
All right, thanks, Darren. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, perhaps to the CAO. Looking at the street design, is there any consultation between the town and the developer with regards to what was developed, what was like learned from the West End charrette discussions and the layout of this development? Does it conform with what the town's looking for? Oh, yeah, sorry, Andrew.
I will be the voice of our CAO, apparently. So as council is aware, we did a charrette back in the second week of June. IPS was invited, unfortunately, and Sunray was invited. They couldn't attend that day, but we did have discussions with them after the fact. We, as staff, are proposing to bring a staff report back to you as council with a wrap-up of what we heard, including the tool design recommendations on the 22nd of August. The PowerPoint presentations are available online. It's no big secret. Well, basically, what the tool design was suggesting was a frontage road running parallel between Highway 26 and somewhere in Beechwood Road. We have spoken to Mr. Vella and his client about that. We haven't gone into the depth of it yet. There is an opportunity, I think, perhaps with their condominium roads that maybe we can share responsibility or access through that, but I don't think we've gone down to the level of detail that we would at the plan of subdivision stage. The other thing that the charrette came up with was the fact that, and I think one of the residents spoke to this earlier, was the interface between the development and Beechwood Road. And as we all know, Beechwood Road is also an MTO jurisdictional road, and that we would be seeking to do a better job than what we've done in the past in terms of programming the roadways, in terms of active transportation and perhaps slowing down the roads and things like that. So I think that'll be a conversation not only with Sunray, but also with the municipality and the MTO as well.
I'll just add, I'll try and add. One of the big things is to try and not preclude those options in the future. So I have met with Trevor. We've looked at the plan in detail, and we think with the cooperation of MTO, we could still realize those connections that we're looking for. So it does not preclude implementing the full vision that the community saw.
All right, thank you, Councillor White, and now we'll go to Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think Mr. Vella will probably be the one to answer the questions that I have. I wanted a little clarification on the public park, and just wondering, I'm not sure, did you say you were providing that land to the town or creating a parkland for the community as well as the residents of this development?
Just ask you to turn your mic on, sorry. Thanks, Darren.
Through your worship to Councillor Timms. So the park at the end of Robert Street is proposed to be a municipal park, so that land would be dedicated to the municipality for municipal programming purposes. Interior to the site, there are private parks that will be owned and operated by the condominium.
Thank you. I think some of my questions about the pedestrian-friendly issue have been answered. With regards to the design of the townhouses having single-car garage, I didn't see any visitor parking shown on the site plan. Have I missed it?
Through your worship, maybe if we can just put the site plan back up, is that possible? The last slide too, there's the plan there, yeah. So Councillor Timms, I mean, very, very difficult to see granted at this scale because there's a lot going on in the drawing, but so you can see when you drive in off of Beechwood here, we've got a whole suite of visitor parking spaces in this location. There's some additional parking spaces in that location there. And then as you drive through here, there's some additional visitor parking spaces. We've tried to spread them out through the site so they're within walking distance of different residents. And then there's another suite of visitors parking spaces here. So we have tried to spread them out just so that they're kind of equal throughout the development.
Thank you. And just a comment, I know it's early with the design and it's conceptual, but you referenced decking for the residents, and the design really looks like a small balcony. So I know when you're putting so many people into congested space that they need those places to gather, and hoping that we'll see more of that, or, it'll come quite clear that people need a place to go beyond their indoors, and that's a tough part of our community to find those kind of spaces, and hopefully as we have come across with the charrette plans, that we'll see more of that. But you heard it today, people are looking for opportunities to shop and dine and be part of the community. So, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Now looking to Councillor Ego.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Vella. This is really some comments to you, so thank you. I was happy to see, and we've addressed it a lot here today, about the flooding and water, and that you had it in your report to help address alleviate the flooding in the area. So everyone knows Toronto had those big monsoons a week ago when we had all that rain, and there's been so much come to light, and I've been doing some reading on it, so this wasn't just pertinent to you, but I think it's a great opportunity for you. And the term came to me for the first time last week was sponge cities. Your environmental planner probably knows about this, so I just have a couple of comments. Basically, I'd like to read about that, and I think it's interesting for all. And that is, the concept had been published and practiced since early 2000. It was the Beijing flood on July 2012, which caused 79 deaths, that prompted the top Chinese authorities to accept the sponge city concept and make it a nationwide policy. I'll skip to there. After achieving success in China, I believe they have 38 cities now that are practicing sponge cities. The sponge city model has attracted overexposed climate zones such as Dhaka, Kenya, as well as cities like Berlin, Los Angeles, and I could add Montreal to that as well. So this was an article recently in Maclean's magazine, 2023, and it's what we all see and what I see when I drive around, so much pavement and concrete. And as an aside, I do know that our town staff and planning are looking at this, but I thought it a good time to raise it. I know it's, probably as we move forward with our West End plan. So, Maclean says, traditionally, our cities are designed to resist water and remove it very quickly. Water is directed by hard surfaces like concrete into drains, which take water into underground pipes that lead from cities into rivers, lakes, and oceans. We all know that. This design disrupts the natural water cycle, as the water isn't able to soak into the ground or evaporate. The size of these pipes could manage the average rainfall of cities when they were installed, but recently, more frequent and serious storms have overloaded this outdated infrastructure. So instead of repelling water, the concept of sponge cities is also called the blue-green cities, and there's other formats that they do from roofs, but basically I'm talking of the rain and the groundwater that we have here right now, actively embraces it. This kind of city is designed to soak up water and release it back over time into the ecosystem. The idea is to mimic the natural water cycle that would occur if there was no city there at all, reducing the volume of water after rain events and reducing the scale of flood during extreme downpours. And I have just another little clip from a fellow here in Toronto. He came here from overseas and attended university. And his comments are very current here. This was from CBC recently. And this relates to Montreal, and I think we can relate to it. At the bottom of a slope in dense Montreal neighborhood, there's a new park with benches, an open field, and a playground, along with 2 small pedestrian bridges. When there's heavy rain, water rushes down the streets and sidewalks into the green space, forming a small lake beneath the overpasses, in a carved-out area filled with grasses, shrubs, and rocks. In the days that follow, the water slowly seeps into the soil and stormwater system. It's all been engineered to prevent flash flooding in nearby streets and homes while nourishing the vegetation in the park. And just on another side, I think we've spoken before about permeable surfaces. And I'd love to see the new builders in town look at doing that. You may already. I'm seeing it in many places now once you start paying attention to the permeable surfaces and all of that all helps. So that was my comment on that section of your presentation. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Ego. And now Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, through the chair. First of all, I'll reserve a lot of comments on density and that once the developer and the town has done their complete review, but I'll maybe refer to our director, or our general manager of Public Works to comment further, but I certainly have had the opportunity to talk to a number of residents in the area of Robert Street near the end that have experienced severe flooding over the years, sometimes multiple times a year. And I know that the plan of rechanneling that flow all the way down to the bay has been something that has been worked at in conjunction with the town, and that we're very confident that the floodings will be much greatly improved or decreased through this plan. But my one question I had is, we have a couple of other areas in town where the stormwater management plans have areas that collect a lot of water and end up in some depth, and maintenance and the safety of those areas sometimes are a concern. So I just wanted to know if in the study they understand that the depth might be reached and whether there's appropriate fencing where there needs to be fencing, and if we get to the point where it's severe overgrowth, that there is a maintenance program in place for these channels. So, but I don't know, Kevin, I know you've been very involved in this, and it's one thing to see what they're doing on site here, but the plan goes much further down to the bay, so I didn't know if you wanted to comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger, through you, Your Worship. Yeah, there has been extensive review of the drainage characteristics in the area, and we have had historical flooding in the area of Robert Street, Beechwood, Maryland Avenue South, Thomas Street, Constance Boulevard. And as Council will recall, we recently completed the environmental class EA for the Constance Thomas area drainage improvements, which effectively the source of the flooding downstream comes from one of the main culverts underneath the new highway, which is just immediately east of the end of Robert Street, and that inundates the area. And what is proposed and what we've been working on as a solution to area flooding and private property damage, as you know, is to control that through a channelization effort, and then maximize the channel that extends from Beechwood Road to the bay. So we have a comprehensive design for area drainage and area flooding to address that and mitigate a lot of the local flooding, as well as the area flooding and some of the groundwater issues that are experienced. So that has been extensively reviewed, not only from our consultants. We've been working with the developer's consultant on this matter as well, and their stormwater management engineers. And that was the outcome of the recent closure to the Constance Thomas EA to address area flooding. In terms of maintenance, yes, if this channel, once it's constructed, there will be access requirements for municipal staff to traverse along its side to operate and maintain and clear the overgrowth and ensure that it continues to operate in a manner that it was designed. So those are all operational matters that will be implemented post-construction.
All good, Councillor Belanger? Kevin, have we had any conversation with the province on sharing the cost to fix this flooding issue, since it's coming under their new highway, and that's when it really started?
The MTO is aware of area flooding challenges along Beechwood. The discussions around drainage are not new with the MTO, and I know since my tenure here from 2008 onwards, we have been actively engaged, and they're supportive of the solution. We haven't gone so far as a cost-sharing type discussion. We've tabled it, and we certainly want individuals who are accountable, held accountable. However, they have their own position in terms of the flows that are being projected to that area aren't any different. The difference in our mind is historically, prior to the new alignment, it was sheet flow. It was sheet flow that kind of managed through that area to the south side of Beechwood. Since its construction, it's now channelized through the culverts underneath the highway, and then you get more of a point source type loading in the back of Robert Street, which tends to overwhelm the area and then spill onto Robert Street and overwhelm the ditches on Robert Street and overtop Robert Street, and it's kind of a downstream challenge from there on. But the MTO are aware of area improvements, and they're willing to have those conversations, and they've been responsive to helping facilitate the review and approvals. The costs still require further discussion in terms of where that's going to go, Your Worship.
So perhaps another item to add to our list for AMO and another delegation to request. All right, next is Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. It looks like it's a great resolution to be able to channel to obviously mitigate the flooding issues. What sort of impact is that going to have to the wetlands there? Are they going to dry up as a result of the channeling? I'm not sure if that would be a Kevin question or perhaps Darren. My first question, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I would probably defer that to the ecologist that is available online through Darren's team. However, it's something that we have to consider, and it's certainly something that we need to work through with the MECP and the NVCA, and finding that balance between flood protection, private property protection, and the natural systems that are there. So that's still part of the detailed design elements that are required, but we've submitted our position in terms of the ecology through the EA submissions to both the MECP and the NVCA, and we haven't had any opposition to this point.
All right, Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have the ecologist online to speak to that as well? Oh, you're okay, Deputy Mayor Snell? All right, don't worry about it then. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for that answer. It's just good to hear that that's obviously top of mind as you go through the process. The 6 stories, when this first came to a public meeting, there was a lot of concern from the residents across the street at Blue Water development there in regards to invasion of privacy and having such a large building right beside them. Understandably, you don't want to put it by the highway. No one wants to live right on top of a highway or look at a highway. But have you, as in part of the design process, considered putting the taller buildings in the middle so that they're not as obtrusive to the neighborhood? Is my one question, please. Parking units in that ground level? I couldn't see how that would kind of fit. If not, where else would the additional parking people park other than the overflow visitor space, please?
Sure, through your worship, to the Deputy Mayor Snell. So there is parking underneath the building as well. I apologize, I didn't point that out on the site plan. So there is at least one parking space for every unit within the building. The idea of the building concept is offering an age-in-place idea. As we're hearing, there's an older demographic in the area. We don't want to have to force people to leave the communities that they've lived in, giving them other opportunities to stay within the community. These sorts of buildings provide that opportunity is what we're thinking.
All right, thank you very much. I just have a couple of questions. The ingress-egress that looks like it's going to end up going on to the cul-de-sac there at Robert Street. Have we done, has there been a traffic study on that? I seen in the report, but I thought that was only for the old Highway 26 or Beechwood. Is that, so that does include Robert Street as well? You guys are, one of you answer the question.
That's correct, Your Worship.
It does include
It does,
Robert Street?
yes.
Okay, thanks. So I'll have another look at that. And then with respect to the buildings and their location, similar to the Deputy Mayor, we have heard for quite some time the concern about having, you know, 6-story buildings next to or backing on to existing residential areas. And so I would just encourage to have another look at that and to reduce the densities looking onto or into the back properties of existing residents. And I would consider that same for along Robert Street. I mean, those folks have been there a long time, and I can fully understand why they wouldn't want a 6-story building right behind them now looking out onto that. So if you could look at that, that would be great, and those are my comments. No other comments from council or questions? We will now call this meeting to an end. We're going to take a 30-minute break for some lunch, and then we will be back at 2:30. This meeting is now adjourned.
Okay, through your worship, we're live.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and welcome back, everybody. Good afternoon. We'll now move on to our third public meeting of the day, 4.3, the Official Plan Amendment OP 00524. This is a public meeting regarding a proposed application for an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment submitted for the property municipally known as 400 45th Street South. The application being considered are proposed official plan amendment zoning bylaw amendment file number OP 00524 and Z00824. This public meeting is an opportunity for members of the public to learn more about the proposed development. For council, this public meeting is not to engage in debate regarding the merits of the application, nor is it intended to be a question and answer session. It is simply to make council aware of the public's comments and to ask any clarifying questions. No decisions are being made at this public meeting, and please be advised that you must make a request in writing if you wish to receive a notice of any decision of council regarding these applications. To make a written request for notice at the meeting, please fill out the planning public meeting sign-in sheet, which is located to our right with our deputy clerk. And with that, we do have presentations this morning. First joining us is Joel Vines. Our planning staff will now make a brief presentation and provide further details with respect to the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. Good afternoon, Joel. Good to see you, and the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mayor Smith, members of council, and residents who are attending online. Today's public meeting is for the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment under town file numbers OP 00524 and Z00824. The applicant is Premont Homes Wasaga 2 Incorporated, and there are associated files including the draft plan of subdivision under town file PS 00424. Quick overview of the purpose of the meeting. So the purpose of the public meeting, the planning application process. I'll introduce the applications and very briefly go over the subject lands in the proposed development. The purpose of the public meeting. A public meeting is required under the Planning Act for official plan amendments and zoning bylaw amendment applications. Town staff are introducing the applicant's proposal to council and the general public. The purpose of the public meeting is to provide an opportunity to the public for sharing written comments and making oral submissions to council. So presently in the planning application process, we are at the public meeting stage. Prior to this date, we've had the application received and deemed complete. A notice of complete application has been sent out, public meeting circulated, and following today's meeting, we're going to have continued staff and agency review, and eventually a recommendation to council, which will follow by a decision and ultimately an appeal period. Very quick proposal overview and site statistics. So the subject lands are municipally addressed as 400 45th Street South. The lot area is approximately 298,000 square meters or 29.8 hectares. Lot frontage of 582 meters along 45th Street South and 713 meters along Morgan Road. The requested official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications are in support of a residential development proposed plan of subdivision, generally consisting of 365 single detached dwellings with lot frontages ranging from 8 to 11 meters, 148 street townhomes with 6-meter frontages, 98 back-to-back townhomes with 6.5 meter frontages, 1 stormwater management block, 1 environmental protection block, 2 park blocks and 2 open space blocks, and finally 12 internal public streets. The existing official plan designation is rural and natural hazards. Permitted uses in the rural include but are not limited to agricultural uses, including those that are ancillary to agricultural production and which serve the need of the local rural population. Other permitted uses in the rural category include forestry, institutional, golf courses, and residences accessory to permitted uses. Permitted uses in the natural hazard include but are not limited to passive and active recreation, including golf courses, play fields, forest and wildlife management, flood and erosion control, and conservation projects. The Town of Wasaga Beach official plan designations surrounding the subject property include residential, natural hazards, and open space, and it's also noted that Clearview official plan designations surrounding the subject property include rural and agriculture. The proposed official plan amendment requested would redesignate the subject land from rural and natural hazards to residential, open space, and natural hazards, as appropriate for the proposed development of single-detached, townhouse, and back-to-back townhouse residential dwellings with an overall medium density range. The existing zoning is rural and environmental protection. Permitted uses in the rural zone include but are not limited to agriculture or agricultural cannabis cultivation site, forestry use, agricultural produce sales outlet, bed and breakfast, conservation use, wildlife sanctuary, and etc. Permitted uses in the environmental protection zone include but are not limited to conservation use and public park uses. Surrounding zones include the residential type 1 zone, residential type 3 zone, open space, and open space floodplain with a holding provision, environmental protection, and finally agriculture, which is in the Clearview zoning bylaw. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment requested would rezone the lands from a rural zone and environmental protection zone to a number of site-specific zones. More specifically, the proposal intends to rezone a portion of the subject lands to the residential type 3 exception, including site-specific zone provisions for single-detached dwellings as an additional permitted dwelling type. It would also include a rezoning of a portion of the subject lands to the residential type 3 exception, which would include site-specific zone provisions for street and back-to-back townhouse dwellings. It would rezone a portion of the subject lands to an open space zone. Similarly, it would rezone a portion of the subject land to an environmental protection zone. And finally, there is additional modifications proposed to the general provisions and definitions section of the zoning bylaw. In front of you is a snippet of the draft plan of subdivision, and the applicant's team will go into further detail with this. And concluding remarks, this public meeting is required by the Planning Act. Town staff are presenting the applicant's proposal. A detailed review of the applications is ongoing but is not yet completed. Staff will forward received comments to council, and staff will provide a recommendation to report to council at a later date. Wanted to say thank you for the time to present this, and if there is any additional requests for information, the email for the planning department's online, as well as the web page below, which would contain all supporting materials to access for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joel. We'll now go on to a presentation by the applicant from and their representation from Jones Consulting, now Brandy Clement. She'll make a brief presentation and provide further details with respect to the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, along with Stefan Hagate and from CF Crozier, and John Ingram from Jones Consulting are also in attendance virtually via Zoom. So we can pull those folks up.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Brandy Clement with the Jones Consulting Group, and I am here today on behalf of our client to introduce to you the applications for an official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and a draft plan of subdivision that we have made on the lands at 400 45th Street. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, the lands are located at the south end of 45th Street. They are adjacent to the Township of Clearview boundary. They're at the corner of Morgan Road and 45th Street. Specifics on the size and frontage have already been given in Joel's presentation. I will note that the lands were previously farmed. So generally they are cleared of all vegetation. There is a creek that runs along the north edge of the lands, and there are some associated trees along that creek corridor. The surrounding land uses show that there are residential and somewhat newly created residential subdivisions to the north and east of the lands, and then to the west and south, although in the Township of Clearview there are some sporadic residential dwellings in those areas as well. Next slide, please. So this is a conceptual site plan. There's a mix of housing typologies that are proposed. This includes single detached dwellings, street townhouse dwellings, as well as back-to-back townhouses. The colored legend that is on the right side of the slide identifies the housing typology and where it will be located on the lands. You can see in yellow, it identifies where the single detached dwellings will be located, the brown, the street townhouses, and then the purple being the back-to-back townhouses. As mentioned, frontages for the single detached dwellings will range from 8 to 11 meters. The street townhouses, will have frontages of 6 meters, and the back-to-back townhouses will have frontages of 6.4 meters. There is a large environmental corridor along the northern limits of the lands. This protects the creek and then also identifies a buffer associated with that creek area. We're providing 2 parkland blocks, one on the west side of the site and one on the east side of the site. There is one stormwater management pond proposed on the east side of this site, and it connects into the existing pond area that was established in the subdivision to the east. This is a network of public streets that are proposed throughout the development. There are 2 access points from Morgan Road, as well as in the southeast corner, there is an access between the proposed site and the residential subdivision to the east. So there's a connection that will run into that subdivision to the east. There is no access proposed to County Road 7. There will be various landscape features proposed throughout the development. This will include trees where able, sidewalks will be provided on particular streets, and there's a trail system that will be proposed along the buffer lands adjacent to the creek area. There's also a road widening that we are providing to the county along County Road 7. Next slide, please. So this is the draft plan of subdivision. You will see that the draft plan is laid out as a number of blocks for all of the housing types, as well as the features such as the stormwater management pond and the park blocks, etc. This allows for a range of unit types to be proposed within a total number of units being finalized at the registration of the plan. So the proposal is for a range of 270 to 365 single detached dwellings, 123 to 148 street townhouses, 198 back-to-back townhomes. So total unit count will range from 591 to 711 units. And this is an overall density from 39 to 46 units per net hectare. Next slide, please. So this slide provides you with an idea of the different styles that will be proposed for the single detached units, allowing for the consumer to have a number of choices when they are purchasing a home. The single detached dwellings will be up to 2 stories in height. Facade materials will be a mix of wood siding, stone, or brick. There are window features that will be prevalent along all the facades of the home. The garage will blend in with the facades and not necessarily be the prevalent feature along the streetscape. Framed entry features are provided on the units, and there will be color variations between grays and browns on these units. The next slide, please. So this slide illustrates on the top the street townhouses and what they can conceptually or could conceptually look like. The bottom of the slide is the back-to-back townhouses. This is a new product within Wasaga Beach. The back-to-back townhouses, meaning that the common walls that are shared in a townhouse, for example, being the side walls. In a back-to-back, you also have your rear wall that is also shared. So the same color scheme as the single detached units will be seen on these units. The facade materials will also complement the single detached dwellings. The street townhouses are proposed at 2 stories in height, where the back-to-back townhouses are proposed at 3 stories in height. The large window features, as you can see on the concepts, that are provided along the front facades to allow for an aesthetically pleasing streetscape throughout the development. And landscape features will be located within the front yards of these units. The next slide, please. So I will not go into detail on this slide, but I will say that the bullets that are noted identify the policies within each of the documents that support this development on the proposed lands. Next slide, please. Lands are designated settlements in the County of Simcoe's official plan, which is a designation where growth is to be directed. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, the lands are currently designated as rural and natural hazards in the town's official plan. The official plan amendment application proposes to designate the lands as residential, which will identify all of the residential units, open space, which identifies the stormwater pond as well as the parkettes and any stormwater blocks or walkways throughout the plan. And then the natural hazards designation identifies the creek area as well as the associated buffers. Next slide, please. So the lands are currently zoned rural and environmental protection in the town's comprehensive zoning bylaw. The zoning bylaw amendment application proposes to zone the lands R3-YY, and this is actually for both the single detached dwellings and the street townhouses. Excuse me, I apologize, I got that backwards. So R3-XX for the single detached dwellings as well as the street townhouses, and then R3-YY for the back-to-back townhouses. And then, of course, open space for the park blocks, the storm block, and then EP for the creek and buffer area. The XX and the YY that you're seeing proposed behind those R3 zones represent the various special exceptions that we are requesting in the various zones. The next slide, please. So this slide illustrates the R3-XX zone exceptions for the single detached dwellings. I'm not going to go through this in detail, but I will note that the exceptions will facilitate the density on the lands and allow for a product that can be offered at a reasonable price point. The next slide, please. So also, as I mentioned, within this zone, we are proposing street townhouses. And this slide illustrates the exceptions that we are proposing for the street townhouses. Again, I'm not going to go into detail on this specifically, but I will note that a lot of these are necessary in most cases just due to the age of the town's comprehensive zoning bylaw. The next slide, please. And the back-to-back townhouses. So this slide illustrates the standards that we're requesting for these. Being that they're a new housing typology, there are actually no standards in the town zoning bylaw that relate to them. So the standards that we're requesting for these units will allow for them to be built at the density that we were requesting them to be built at, but as well as will allow that use of a back-to-back townhouse. Next slide, please. Very generally, the municipal servicing in this area is existing and certainly can be extended to the lands. Water service as well as sanitary service will be connected to the existing infrastructure to the east. Fire hydrants are being proposed throughout the development, and as I had mentioned, there is a stormwater management pond that will provide both quality and quantity control within the site. Next slide, please. And then generally on traffic, we have had a traffic study completed. Our consultant is here today if there are any questions. The overall analysis indicates that the external road network does have the capacity to accommodate the site-generated traffic. There are certainly some notes and future monitoring recommended in the report. A left turn lane may be required on Morgan Road with the extension of the 50-km/h posted speed limit across the site frontage. This will also depend on the total and final unit count within the development. And the last slide, please. So in conclusions, the applications can generally conform to the applicable policies of the Place to Grow Growth Plan, are consistent with applicable policies within the provincial policy statement, as well as they conform to the applicable policies within the county and town official plan. The densities are appropriate for the location of the lands, and we're introducing additional housing typologies to the town. The applications facilitate residential units on site that is within the settlement boundary of the town. The development is compatible with surrounding land uses. It uses existing municipal services efficiently. This is the last piece of property in this particular area within the settlement boundary to be developed. The development avoids any negative impacts on natural heritage features, and in my professional planning opinion, the proposed applications represent good and desirable planning for the town. Thank you. We'll be happy to answer any questions that the public and or council may have.
All right, thank you very much, Brandy. Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have anyone online wishing to speak to this?
Thank you, Your Worship. We have no virtual participants or members of the public in the audience.
So you said no?
No, that is correct.
No participants and no one here in the audience wishing to speak to this. It's all staff, so I guess we have no one. So I'll then look to members of council for comments on this matter. Councillor Belanger?
Yeah, thank you, through the mayor. We were talking after some of the other presentations of why developers aren't generating more density through higher apartment style or condo buildings. We seem to have a big demand, but very little coming forward. This seems like a very good location for that because to the south of the development is rural, so you don't you don't have existing residents that would have a concern about a more dense or higher building. So it's certainly a good location. But the other thing on 45th Street or County Road 7, I would highly recommend that we look at reducing the speed on that road, preferably even with the cooperation of Clearview out to the next street to the right going out of town to a 50 zone. And when you only have all of your exits to the subdivision going onto Morgan Road, you get a lot of traffic going to the west, and that's an extremely busy road now. I know you're talking about potentially a left turn lane. They were talking about that with the Bay Cliff subdivision too, and it hasn't materialized yet. But that, you can wait a significant amount of time there because 45th is so busy, and it's an 80-kilometer speed limit in that area. But I would have preferred that you had one exit onto Highway or County Road 7 in the area of where your cul-de-sac is. That road leading into the cul-de-sac, if it went straight through out to County Road 7, you then are distributing the traffic leaving that subdivision more equitably, I believe. So those are just my thoughts for consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Any other comments, Councillor Eagle?
Thank you, through your worship. Yes, thank you, Brandy, on the presentation. As Councillor Belanger said, we've been listening to other presentations today. So I'm just wondering, just one part on long-term solutions for permeable pavement, and that many cities are able to swap out some concrete for such things as porous bricks and so forth. So I'm just wondering, as you move forward, if you've given thought to that, perhaps in the driveways and so forth that will be in the subdivision. Thank you.
All right. Anything to add or any comment back on that, Brandy?
No, certainly my client, that's something that I can discuss with them. I'm not certain. That would be sort of more of a detailed design discussion, but I've certainly written it down, and we can talk to them about that, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments from members of council? All right, seeing none. If that's the case, we will call this meeting to an end. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you, folks. We'll now move on in the agenda to item number 4.4, which is the Public Meeting and Planning Act Zoning Bylaw Amendment Z00924, 31 Lions Court, legally described as registration comp plan number 1698, lot 96. This is a public meeting regarding a proposed application for a zoning bylaw amendment, temporary use bylaw submitted for the property municipally addressed as 31 Lions Court. This application is being considered is the proposed zoning bylaw amendment, temporary use bylaw, file number Z00924. And this public meeting is an opportunity for members of the public to learn more about the proposed development. For council, this public meeting is not to engage in debate regarding the merits of the application, nor is it intended to be a question and answer session. It is simply to make council aware of the public comments and to ask any clarifying questions. No decisions are being made at this public meeting. Pardon me. And please be advised that you must make a request in writing if you wish to receive any notice of any decision of council regarding this application, and to make a written request for notice at this meeting, and please fill out the planning public meeting sign-in sheet located with our deputy clerk here to the right. We have Samantha Hanna from our planning staff here to make a brief presentation, and will provide further details with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment, temporary use bylaw, and then we'll go on to a presentation by the applicant. So, Samantha, welcome back.
Thank you. Yes, so I am the planner assigned to this file for zoning bylaw amendment, temporary use bylaw, file number Z00924. Related applications include a site plan application and as well as other associated applications which are currently in the planning process for draft plan of subdivision, official plan amendment, and zoning bylaw amendment, which we had a previous public meeting for. So just a quick overview of the presentation. Planning staff will first outline the purpose of the public meeting, then we will discuss the planning application process, and then finally I will introduce the applicant's proposed development. So the purpose of a public meeting is, a public meeting is required under the Planning Act for a zoning bylaw amendment application. Town staff are introducing the applicant's proposal to council and the public, and the purpose of the public meeting is to provide an opportunity to the public for sharing written comments and making oral submissions to council. At this point, planning staff have received the application, have deemed the application complete, and have also provided notice of complete application and the public meeting. Right now, we're at the public meeting. Following the public meeting, planning staff and other internal departments and external agencies will continue to review the application. At a further date, planning staff will provide a staff recommendation report to council. Following that, council will make a decision, and then there will be an appeal period. So with regards to the proposal, an application for zoning bylaw amendment or temporary use bylaw has been submitted by Wasaga Lions Court Ventures, Inc. to authorize the temporary use of a portion of the subject lands for a sales center. So the site, or the portion of the site where the sales center is proposed is approximately 1,058 square meters or 0.11 hectares and has approximately 29 meters of frontage along Mosley Street. Some of the surrounding land uses include residential land uses, commercial lands, vacant lands, and the property is addressed as 31 Lions Court. And that little portion up there is where the sales center is proposed. The subject lands, or the portion of the subject lands where the sales center is proposed, is currently designated residential. Permitted uses in the residential designation include low-density residential uses such as detached, semi-detached, and duplex dwellings to a maximum density of 20 units per net residential hectare, as well as medium-density residential uses such as semi-detached, linked semi-detached, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, linked and street townhouses, and similar multiple dwellings at a density generally not exceeding 37 units per net residential hectare. Additionally, in the residential designation, uses that are compatible with and serve the basic residential use, generally termed public and institutional uses, may also be permitted in residential areas subject to the zoning bylaw. The lands, or the portion of the land where the sales center is proposed, is currently zoned as development. Permitted uses in the development zone include, but are not limited to, a detached accessory dwelling unit, an existing single detached dwelling unit, agricultural produce sales outlet, a conservation use, and wildlife sanctuary, including the forestry use. Some of the surrounding zones include the R1 zone, the residential type 1 exception 35 zone, and the residential type 1 holding zone. There's also some commercial land zoned local commercial and local commercial hold, as well as district commercial and district commercial hold, and other development lands. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment would authorize the temporary use of a portion of the subject lands for a sales center with site-specific provisions related to the front yard and interior side yard setbacks, parking, and deck height and projections within the front yard. As previously mentioned, the application is also subject to a site plan application, as can be seen here in this slide. And there are also previous zoning bylaw amendment, official plan amendment, and draft plan of subdivision amendment applications in process. So this public meeting is required by the Planning Act. Town staff are presenting the applicant's proposal. A detailed review of the applications is ongoing but not yet completed. Staff will receive comments to council, and staff will provide a recommendation report to council at a later date. And thank you. If anyone has questions, there's the planning contact, and information can be found on the link there.
Thank you very much, Samantha, and we'll now go to the next presentation, back to Brandy Clement. Welcome back, Brandy, of Jones Consulting Group, on behalf of the applicant, and she'll now make a brief presentation and will provide further details with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment, temporary use bylaw. The floor is yours, Brandy.
Thank you. So again, my name is Brandy Clement with the Jones Consulting Group. I'm here on behalf of our client to introduce to you a temporary use bylaw submission that was made to the town for 31 Lines Court. The next slide, please. The overall land holdings are located along Mosley Street. They're just east of 71st Street in the western area of the town, and also have frontage along 71st Street and Lions Court. As mentioned, we have previously submitted applications on the overall lands, and these were for an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment, as well as a draft plan of subdivision. The public meeting was held for these applications previously, and currently we're working through some final comments with staff. The subject lands, which I've identified on this slide, are on the northwestern corner of the overall lands that we're proposing for development. The area has been cleared of trees recently in anticipation of the erection of a sales center. Surrounding land uses are both commercial and residential lands. The next slide, please. So this slide illustrates the siting or the site plan for the sales center. The building footprint for the sales center is approximately 65 square meters. So this covers, as a lot coverage, 0.045% of the overall land holdings, or 6.15% of the site plan area. The sales center will be a one-story building. We're proposing 10 asphalted parking spaces, which includes 2 accessible spaces. Access to the site would be from Mosley Street. There will be 2 decks leading to both the front and rear entrances, with the front having a ramp for accessibility purposes, and the landscaping buffers that we're proposing along the west and north sides of the site. The next slide, please. So this slide is, it's illustrating for demonstration purposes only at this point, the front and the side views of the sales center. It will look similar to this. There'll be signs along the facade that will illustrate the name of the developer along with the name of the site. Landscaping is proposed around the perimeter of the building to soften the facade. Colors will be utilized as well as materials that will be compatible with the housing that will eventually be built on the property. And a large window feature will frame the front of the building, which will be inviting potential buyers into the center. The next slide, please. So as mentioned, we've submitted a temporary use bylaw application, which will permit the temporary sales center on these lands for 3 years. And then at the same time, we submitted a site plan control application. The next slide, please. As mentioned, the lands are currently designated residential. The next slide, please. The lands are currently zoned development. The temporary use bylaw application that we've submitted then will permit the use of the sales center. There are also some special exceptions that we have requested. They are a 6-meter setback from the current right-of-way along Mosley Street, an interior side yard of 3 meters, total of 10 parking stalls, and then the projection of a front yard deck of 2.4 meters into any required front yard. The next slide, please. So in conclusion, the application conforms to the applicable policies of the Places to Grow Growth Plan, is consistent with the policies of the provincial policy statement. It also conforms with the policies of the town's official plan and meets the intent of the zoning bylaw. This use is temporary in nature. It will exist for approximately 3 years. The structure is easy to remove when needed. It's not erected on a permanent base. The use is compatible with and will have a minimal impact on surrounding land uses. The sales center itself does not require any services. It's a portable washroom facility that's provided as well as temporary hydro. The center will not encroach upon the wetland feature, which is on the overall lands. It's located over 40 meters away from the closest point of this wetland. And in my professional planning opinion, the proposed temporary use is appropriate and represents good planning. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Brandy, and the town will now ask if the public, anyone in the public wishes to speak. And Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have any members online or registered to speak today?
Thank you, Your Worship. We do have one person online, Samantha Cianferrani. If you can turn your camera and your mic on, please.
Yes, I don't have a camera, but can you hear me? I have my mic on.
We can hear you, Samantha, and welcome.
Thank you, Worship and Council. I reside at 3296 Mosley Street, and I'm sorry, because when I registered for the meeting, I thought it was all to do with the development itself. And I don't know if the plan is to have this entranceway coming in and off of Mosley Street, because I don't know if, that Mosley Street is, I call it Suicide Road, because it is like in front of our property. That street is crazy. People are constantly speeding and overtaking each other, and like people are slamming on brakes there. And I don't know if there's a plan to put this sales center and it be coming in and off of Mosley Street, because I don't think that would be a good idea.
All right, thank you very much, Samantha.
So just a question, so this development then is moving forward, correct? Because since the meeting, I believe it was in March 2023, I really hadn't received any communication, et cetera, about the development itself. And I try to look online or Google it or look on the Wasaga site, and it's quite hard to navigate to get any updates on anything. So I'm assuming that the development is proceeding. They're proposing to put a sales office there.
I'm going to turn it over to our Director of Planning, Trevor Houghton, to answer your questions.
Thank you, Your Worship. So there has been no decision made on the official plan and zoning bylaw and plan of subdivision for the totality that is 31 Lions Court. That is still going through the review process. But this application is seeking to put the sales trailer in advance of the draft approval, which is the reason for the temporary use bylaw, which is what we're here for this public meeting. With respect to the question that the person asked about access, I let Kevin speak to it more directly. but the entrance to and from the sales center parking lot is proposed to be off of Mosley Street.
You wish to add to that, Kevin? No?
No, not at this time. Certainly, as part of the planning review, there's a traffic impact study submitted and reviewed thoroughly by staff. So that is addressed through our technical review. And in terms of the access to Mosley Street, that's correct. It is off of Mosley Street, just east of the ice cream parlor.
Right next to Lorna Doone? there?
Yeah, Lorna Doone.
Yeah. All right, Samantha, hope that answers your question.
No problem. I just wanted to, make you aware that that area there is high traffic, and I mean, being the only entrance way in and out of Wasaga, when you're coming around that corner where the ice cream shop is, I mean, you can't even cross the road there to go to Lorna Doone, or you're gonna get run over. And, I'm just thinking if traffic's coming in and out of there, it's gonna be, I don't think it's a good plan to, people, that road is, it is so busy and so chaotic. I'm surprised there hasn't been some major accident there up to this date.
Thank you very much, Samantha. Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have anyone else online to comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. There's no one else online, and there's no one in the public, in the audience.
All right, no one else online and no one else in the gallery. I'll now look to members of council for questions or comments. Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I think, to Brandy. So, Brandy, before the application is approved, the idea is to put the sales center in early. I do already see people grumbling that the trees were removed and nothing is happening. When the sales center is erected, is it open, or is it basically a bit of pre-promotion for the subdivision or development?
Thank you for your question. So it will take a bit, yes, the trees have come down, and as I mentioned, that was in anticipation of having a sales center there. It will take a little bit of time to continue to prep the site, to move a sales center onto it, and then to erect the sales center itself. So we're hoping that sort of lines up with our timing of moving our overall applications through the process with the municipality, and that they will sort of line up together in terms of an opening date for the sales center.
Thank you. And a follow-up. How many people usually work in the sales center? I was wondering if the parking is adequate, but assuming that you know your business, just curious.
So we're actually providing more parking than needs to be provided for the sales center. And when we went through our pre-consultation meeting, I know it was definitely something that staff mentioned because, obviously no one wants to see anyone parking on Mosley Street. It's a busy enough street. It's just, it does not make sense. So we actually added a little bit more parking than needed to be there. So we do think that we have provided enough parking, and there may be room to expand a little bit, maybe one extra spot if need be. But definitely believe that we have provided the adequate parking that we would need for both employees, which there would not be many at a time, as well as people visiting the site.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments from members of council? All right, seeing none. No more questions from council. No one else here in the audience to speak to this, and so we'll now declare this public meeting closed. Moving on to item number 5 on our agenda, presentations. There are no presentations today, and item number 6 is deputations. 6.1, Resident Sylvia Bray delegation pertaining to item number 7.3, the signed bylaw and AMPS bylaw amendment. Do we have Ms. Bray on the line here?
Through Your Worship, we do. Sylvia, if you can turn on your camera and your mic, please. Thank you.
Welcome, Sylvia. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I am sitting outside, so I apologize if there's a little ambient noise, but I will try to be short and sweet. Mr. Mayor and Council, I am once again making a delegation to Council to implore all members of this Council to do the right thing. This time, I'm speaking for our business community. I believe the right thing is to return item 7.3, the sign bylaw and the AMPS bylaw amendment, to staff for a thorough review, a consultation with the business community, the Chamber of Commerce, the Wasaga Beach Women's Business Association, the Climate Action Team, and other stakeholders, such as the developers who made presentations today, because the lovely graphics and the sales presentation that they presented pictures of would not conform to the bylaw that you are reviewing today. Anyhow, if we could return it for a fulsome review, and staff would then present revisions that would support growth in our business community, it would be the right thing to reject this proposal that is before you today. The current sign bylaw, 2021-68, is not one that I, as a business owner, or back in 2021 as the deputy mayor, was able to support. When it became before the council, when it came to council during the last term, I voted against it. The amendments being requested today will weaponize the bylaw department, and we, the residents and the business owners, need to be 100% certain that any new restrictions will apply to all businesses equally, and at the same time, you cannot target a few and ignore others. Yet the AMPS process that this bylaw is requesting will allow you to do that. To be clear for those listening, this bylaw will make 20, 30, even 40-year-old businesses remove signs previously approved by the town. This will eliminate a business's right to cover their windows for privacy, to protect their staff, and to protect their product from the sun. This bylaw will eliminate the use of printed umbrellas with beer brands or Coca-Cola on them. This bylaw eliminates all promotional flags used to attract customers in a tourism town. This bylaw will eliminate the variance requests that currently need to go to council for public discussion, such as that discussion that took place today during the last 4 public meetings. Neighboring property owners will no longer be notified 14 days in advance. In fact, this bylaw amendment will give staff members that control and remove another level of open and transparency from the public realm. Were you elected to give your public decision-making process to staff? No council oversight or transparency? I don't believe you were. This amendment to a poorly written bylaw should not be approved today. It was made public on Thursday, on a busy summer weekend, with the majority of the business community working very hard to make the majority of our money, which many of us do in the summer months. Many, who I imagine will be the majority, will be affected by this bylaw, and they haven't even had adequate time to review it. My personal hope is that stores such as the Superstore, Walmart, Canadian Tire, Home Hardware, and franchisees such as Pizza Pizza, Pizza Hut, Pet Value, Guac, and all those that will be affected by these revisions have access to top-notch legal advisors to challenge the exceptionally restrictive fine bylaw and bylaw amendments being suggested today. You as elected officials will all be held accountable for this mistake. You vote for this amendment today. Please review, if you haven't already, the deputation by Dr. Elizabeth Cole from July 27, 2021. I sent a copy or a link via email to all members of council last evening. It explains why window covering is currently allowed, as the previous council listened to her concerns during her deputation at the time of the bylaw review, and they added the need, I add the need to keep direct sunlight off of product and staff. If I had the time, I would analyze the financial and environmental impacts that leaving business windows 75% wide open to the elements will cost so many businesses in our town. Please pause. Please push this back to staff and consult the 600 plus businesses that this will affect before you rush this bylaw through. Once again, this bylaw was made, and bylaw amendments were made public last Thursday, and you're voting on it first, second, and third reading today. Please push it back. And if you choose to support this today, please ensure all businesses and all residents watching with evidence that it will be enforced in a fully transparent and a fair to all manner, and that all businesses will be facing the same orders with the same deadlines and the same penalties at the same time. I thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I hope you take my concerns to heart and that it helps you vote to push this back to staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. Questions or comments from members of council? Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would just like to ask our manager, Rogers, to respond to some of those concerns of former Deputy Mayor Bray, if that's possible.
Please, Danny, go ahead.
Through Your Worship, to Councillor Timms. I guess there's a lot to unpack in there. I think the first one that I'd like to address is the weaponization of bylaw. That's something, it's the complete opposite of what it is that we've been doing for the last year and a half. These are very small incremental changes that we're bringing forward in this bylaw, and designating the bylaw under the AMPS program in no way is intended to weaponize the bylaw department. That's it's a fairly asinine comment. We've talked that AMPS is very much about compliance, and that's what our focus will continue to be. Every time we designate a bylaw under our AMPS bylaw, it will be the focus will be a laser focus on building a compliant community and a beautiful community. So that was the first thing I wanted to address. Do you want to jump in? Or?
Thank you, Danny. Did you have something to add? Are you finished?
Oh, I thought I saw...
I'm sorry. Carry on, Danny.
Okay. In terms of the variance, the removal of the variance, that was... So, when we decided that we were going to amend the bylaw, in reviewing the bylaw with our legal counsel, we thought that we would also try to, do a little bit of housekeeping. And so there's two variance processes outlined in the bylaw. One is one in which the CAO and the chief building official do the review. And then there was reference to a council review and language around minor variance. Since I've been with the town in 2018, every sign variance was heard, that I'm aware of, was heard at the staff level with the CAO and the chief building official. So having the two processes laid out in the bylaw just seemed confusing. Referring to a minor variance also was confusing for people because they tend to associate minor variance with committee of adjustment. So we're just really trying to clean up the bylaw.
So the louder I talk, the clearer my voice is, so I'm not yelling on purpose. I just want you to be able to hear me. I fully appreciate the fact that Ms. Bray does not like the sign bylaw. The facts are the current sign bylaw was approved by the council that she sat on over 2 years ago. She objected to it. That's irrelevant. That council passed the sign bylaw. They provided a 2-year window of conformity, which expired a year ago, which meant we were even more transparent and giving an additional year for businesses to come into conformity with the sign bylaw. So Ms. Bray and every business in town has had 3 years to bring their business into conformity. Ms. Bray has 34 illegal signs on her property and has made no effort to bring any of those into conformity with the sign bylaw. The reason we have bringing forward an amendment, 2 small minor amendments. One is to deal with flag signs. You see these all over town. In my opinion, we have a proliferation of flag signs going on right now. It detracts from the aesthetic of our community. That's why staff are bringing that one forward. We think it makes our town look a little junky, and we're trying to clean the town up, make it look a little more beautiful. That one in our minds is fairly simple. The second one deals with window signs. Currently, the sign bylaw allows you to put a sign to occupy 100% of your window. Most municipalities do not allow that. It's a SEPTED issue. For those who aren't familiar with what SEPTED means, crime prevention through environmental design. Anything that we can do in our built environment to make our environment safer for everybody, including businesses, that's what we typically try to do. Most municipalities limit window signs to 25% coverage. The reason for that is so that someone on the outside of the building can see what's happening on the inside. Police officers driving by can see what's going on. God forbid, there's a robbery or something going on, people can see. So it's a safety issue. It's also designed to promote business. Walking along a main street, you want window shoppers. You want people to be able to see the lovely ice cream cones and butter tarts you're selling. So we feel very strongly that these are appropriate amendments, but the remainder of the bylaw has not changed at all since the previous council approved it. So what we are looking to do is begin enforcing the bylaw. I'll stop there.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. CAO. Councillor Timms, carry on.
Just as a quick follow-up, I agree definitely with the window covering piece. In my old Main Street community, and even as a business owner, we were encouraged to keep our lights on all night so people could see inside, make sure there wasn't any burglary or whatnot going on. And I do understand that any business that requires that, like our cannabis retailers are permitted to, their legislation overrides the bylaw. With regards to the flag signs, I did check in with General Manager Rogers about the fact that if you're having a grand opening, an anniversary sale, something special, you can get a temporary sign permit to use the flag signs. As a former retailer, I know that it's so great if you can bring some extra attention to the business. What does bother me is when we see shabby signs along the street, and we certainly have seen some of those. I do agree that it would be nice to give notice earlier to the business community when there are any changes being made, and I'm assuming that we're communicating that now they have to be in compliance with them, because I think that's very important. As sole proprietors, very often there's very little extra time to be looking at the landscape, trying to figure out what changes are happening there. So thank you for the informing us exactly of the changes with regards to this bylaw.
And if I could just add, I agree wholeheartedly that flag signs were designed for a special event, a blowout business, whatever it is, a Canada Day sale, whatever you're doing. They're not supposed to be permanent signs. And I think what's happening in our community is they're being used as permanent signs, and they're contributing to the visual clutter in our town. I should also mention, Mr. Rogers talked about the variance process. If you have a sign that doesn't fit within the confines of the sign bylaw, you can still apply for a permit and it will be evaluated. Mr. Norms has a really cool sign. That is not permitted in the sign bylaw, but there's a process to go through if you've got a cool sign. So we're not trying to stifle out creativity. That still is allowed, but you have to go through the proper process and apply for a permit.
All right, thank you. Other members of council, Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, through the chair. I had the pleasure of sitting on the two previous terms of council, and I can tell you that the sign bylaw was looked at numerous occasions, and under the council of Nina Bifulci, I think it was the third time in a relatively short period of time that it was reviewed again and decisions were made. And again, what they're saying today is this is just about enforcing those changes. The two changes were very minor. But I have talked to many, not just the residents, but business people as well, and get a lot of feedback of what we're trying to do, re-beautification. Certainly, the AMPS bylaw touches on conditions of properties and also signage in this case. And all of the feedback I get is this is way overdue, that our town as a major tourist attraction should be much more aesthetically pleasing than what it is today. And I think that the changes we're about to make and enforce are going to be very well received by both business and public. The more visitation we can attract to Wasaga Beach, the better our businesses would do. And I think we have a huge opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Now, Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think it's really important to note what happens in our area, especially when we look at Collingwood. It's such a great town to our side there, and I really appreciate what they do to beautify their town, and they're taking a lot of cues from there. And you know, they don't allow window coverings over 20% of their windows and 10% in their heritage district. And part of their bylaw is very clear when it says you need to you can't block entrances or exits, obviously, with the visuals of the entrances and exits, obviously, for accessibility. But they have to maintain visibility inside the building at all times. And there is a very clear reason for that, and it has to do with crime, and it has to do with accessibility. They do have some education around how you can UV film things for, like, example, the alcohol, like the LCBO, they put a UV treatment on the window so they don't, the UV doesn't hurt the product inside. So there's lots of things that you can do without blocking the window in order to maintain your product inside. And I appreciate the bylaw. A little bit later on, when we are discussing the actual bylaw, it is pulled, and we'll have this conversation around the difference between what I call promotional gear and signage, and some definitions and stuff like that at a more appropriate conversation with the general manager. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, thank you, Ms. Brave, for bringing your thoughts forward. And I think to suggest that this sign bylaw or this council is not supportive of our many local businesses, I think is grossly inaccurate, especially considering the additional investment that we recently made in the Small Business Enterprise Center to provide in-house, in-town services for toolbox building for businesses. And so we do support businesses, and we do strongly support beautification. But what we don't support is gross abuse of our existing bylaws and, resistance to change for improvement. But Ms. Bray did bring up a good point in regards to the transparency, the fairness, what is going to be the process for implementing this in an equitable way. If perhaps a GM or Andrew, if you could speak to that, please, so that the public is aware. Thank you.
Through your worship. Yeah, I mean, we would approach the enforcement to this. I mean, we've been much more proactive, in the last several months in terms of our enforcement strategies, and we would go out and take a very reasonable approach with our businesses. We did do a bit of a blitz last week in the downtown area, and we found that most people were very receptive when the bylaws explained to them clearly. They're happy to bring their property into compliance. So we would be visiting businesses. We'll be informing them of the changes. We can do compliance audits with individual businesses. I had a couple of businesses reach out to me last week, and I said, that's something that we can do. If you want to have a bylaw officer stop by, we'll judge your property against the requirements of the bylaw, so that people have a clear understanding of where they stand versus what the bylaw stipulates, and we'll give people the appropriate amount of time to respond. So it's not going to be that we're going to go out there guns blazing and burn the house down. We understand that we did turn this around pretty quickly, so I think it's only reasonable that we take a fair approach with the business owners.
Thank you. Through your worship. That sounds very reasonable, very fair, and very equitable across all the different sectors in the community. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from members of council? Councillor Belanger?
Yes, just in addition to the last comments, is certainly we, like we do with a lot of things, we do with now AMPS, property, was formerly Property Standards. We're going to address the most grievous situations as a priority, as we're doing with, the tourist accommodation and a lot of things that we're dealing with. We have limited resources. We don't have 25 or 30 people in bylaws, so, but I think what is reasonable is that we're going to be fair and equitable over a reasonable period of time, but it's not going to be everybody addressed at the same time. It's going to be prioritized based on the difference it makes to the appearance of our community. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ego?
Thank you, and through your worship. Yes, Ms. Bray, if you could just clarify for me, please, when your opening remarks, I didn't quite catch it clearly. You're speaking on behalf of 600 businesses, so I did not know if you said you were speaking on behalf of such people as WebCat, WBRA, the Chamber of Commerce, or I guess I'm a little confused with 600 businesses that you are the only one speaking up on this. So I'm just wondering, are you speaking on behalf of the other ones? Thank you.
It's not normal that the deputation would respond to a direct question from a council member. However, I'm speaking on behalf of myself, my business, and the business owners that I speak to. And I don't think that of the 600 businesses that may or may not have read your agenda last Thursday, that they've had time to respond and to be at the meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments? Well, I have a few. I'm quite surprised that the deputant is not aware of CEPTED or doesn't appear to be aware of CEPTED. I think if you were to speak to any police officer or any first responder or anyone with any type of authority with respect to CEPTED or window covering on your business, you would clearly understand that it's very, very important that the more clarity to windows in businesses, the more important that is. It's first and foremost about life safety for staff and anyone who may be working within the building. And so this is a very common practice that has been around for quite some time, and it's another one of the reasons why council is looking at this and saying, we need to clean this up. But I want to get to the bylaw and the accusation that we will be weaponizing a bylaw. I can tell you 100% that this council is not about weaponizing any bylaws, but what this council is about, and that is cleaning up our community. And why? Because we've heard it countless times from hundreds of our residents and our business people alike. I have heard it many, many times, and it's high time to do this. This bylaw that is currently in place was put in place in July of 2021 by the previous council. It was voted in favor at 6-1, and it was passed. And so to indicate that people do not have an understanding or enough time to be aware of this bylaw is absolutely ludicrous. It's 3 years. And we have now made some very, very minor changes too, I believe, that ties the AMPS program to this. And clearly an AMPS program needs to be tied to this bylaw because some people aren't getting it. And so if we want to clean up our community, if we want to make sight triangles in some very busy corners of our municipality safe, and we want to stop the sign pollution, which has been, I believe, the desire of many past councils. It's why these bylaws, especially signs, have been reviewed, I think, just about every council for the last 4 or 5 councils, and have been improved upon. But it's high time to say, okay, let's get it cleaned up and apply the AMPS program, much like we'll apply the AMPS program to property standards. Every council that I can recall over the last many councils has said and desired to clean up the community with respect to property standards. Yet none of our councils, including my previous council, has had a program such as AMPS that we've implemented in order to really help to make it happen. And so I have no problem with, putting a timeline to say, look at if the people who aren't getting it still aren't getting it and don't understand it, if we want to say, let's get our officers out there, I think we need to start with the biggest and the most severe offenders first, whether it be signs or whether it be property standards, because the bigger eyesores and the bigger problems should be dealt with faster. To pull into compliance. And then, of course, we're going to go right across this municipality to every business and every property at some point, and we're going to figure that out, and we're going to get it cleaned up. And that might not be a popular decision of this council to some people, but I'm quite comfortable sitting here today that it is probably the popular decision for most people. And so if we're not getting in 3.5 years, if we want to say we're going to go out and we're going to speak to people and we're going to give them 14 days or 21 days, whatever the heck it is we want to decide to comply before we apply AMPS, then that's fair, and I don't have an issue with it. But to now back up and say, well, maybe we should or we shouldn't, I'm sorry. We absolutely should, in my opinion, and I think that's the opinion of this council. And so, I think it's important that businesses understand, and businesses more than anyone should understand and be apprised of what the bylaws are within the community. I'm a businessman, and I can tell you that I'm quite apprised of the bylaws within the communities in which my business operates. I know if I need a business license, what municipality I do or I don't. I know what it costs. I know what the sign bylaws are. I know I have to get a permit if I want to have an arrow sign, for example, or a flag for a special occasion. That's part of the responsibility of being in business and being a business operator. And so I fully support the changes being made here, and I fully support and promote getting out and dealing with the most severe cases first and foremost, and then working our way down from there. And those are my comments, and if there's no other comments from anyone else on council, I do have a motion here. We have a motion that the delegation by Sylvia Bray pertaining to item 7.3 sign bylaw and AMOS bylaw amended be received for information. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Ego and seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Now moving on to item number 7, staff reports. The following reports have been pulled and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately. 425 River Road West, a facility review and highlight and best use proposal. Number 2 is the Beachfront Development Town Capital Works Financial Plan, and item number 3, sign bylaw and AMPS bylaw amendment. Are there any other comments from council or staff on the consent reports? Seeing none, we do have a motion then that the following consent items and all recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding items pulled, and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Councillor White and Councillor Timms. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. We'll now move on to item number 8, which is matters for consideration. And we have 425 River Road West facility review and highlights for best use proposal. And this was pulled by Councillor Belanger. Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, through the chair. Basically, I'm in agreement with the recommended option, and I also believe that surplusing both the old Stars Arena and some other properties are very appropriate timing. We have a priority that, in my opinion, must move forward. We have been at this juncture many times before, and I can tell you that the community is excited that we're finally going to do something, and to now have a setback is something that we have to avoid at all costs. My only question is that it referred to a potential amount of money that would go to be diverted to our priority. But I wasn't aware that we have ever had an appraisal on that site, and I just didn't know whether we had a real tangible number that we felt that site was worth in total.
Mr. CAO?
Through Mr. Mayor, I think my voice is getting, I don't know if it's getting better or not. We formed a working group with the three biggest brokerages in town. And there was another report on the agenda that outlined a bunch of lands that the town owns. We had those three groups working together to provide us what they felt were accurate prices. We included 425 in that list. So that value came from the three largest brokerages in town. And that is part of our policy that Nicole recently amended to, instead of having to go get a formal appraisal, we could actually work with local realtors. So that is a very real number that's been assigned.
Just in follow-up, I saw on the surplus properties, and the amounts were redacted. It gave a total amount. And it was inferring that 5.4 million of the value of the Stars Arena would be diverted. But it also talked to an amount that might be.
Correct.
And so I don't recall seeing the
Yes,
total.
so the total value was approximately $7 million. Sorry, I didn't know that. Does that answer your question? Okay.
All right, thank you, Councillor Belanger. And this was also pulled by Councillor White, I understand. Councillor White?
Yeah, but I'll wait because my comments are, this topic comes up again in the Capital Works plan, so my comments are a little bit more towards Jocelyn, so I'll wait till the next one and wait till that.
All right, thank you, Councillor White. Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. As we all know, we've just recently approved some advancements to the pickleball recreational spot there. Is there consideration of staff to annex that piece so that we can maintain that as a public park and then be able to sell the rest? Maybe put some parking in front of it at roadside? Kevin?
I can attempt. Hopefully, it's in line with the CAO's response. Certainly, yeah, thank you, through you, Your Worship. Deputy Mayor Snell, we have identified that as part of the evaluation in terms of severing that off and looking at that potential. So it's not a closed door to keep that facility on site, to which parking would need to be required, but that's part of the analysis when we do go back and get the dedicated appraisal. So it's not it's not off the table just yet.
Thank you, Kevin. Mr. CAO?
Yeah, if I could add a little bit. I met with the chair of the Pickleball Association last Monday, and they're anxious to get moving. I asked if they could hold off until we had this discussion with council today. The point I wanted to raise with council is that staff's recommendation is to sell. The pickleball club is looking for a clause in the MOU such that if it was sold, that they would get compensated. So I think for council, it might be wise to have a conversation. If you want that work to proceed, I want everyone to be aware there's the risk of having to pay compensation. We also need, as Kevin mentioned, we could carve that off and not include it with a potential sale. I do believe the appropriate place to invest in pickleball is the sports park. I think that's where we should be looking to invest. So my recommendation would be to sell, but also, Nicole, I don't know if we can go back and have a discussion about that previous direction. Council did direct us to enter into an MOU with the pickleball court. We have not executed that yet because we wanted to bring this to the table first.
All right, thank you, Andrew. I have a comment that I want to make, but Madam CFO, you go ahead first, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to highlight that it's important, I think from a financial perspective, that we do consider the entire property. One of the reasons why we had the 5.5 million number was because we recognized some of those proceeds would be needed to reinvest in the pickleball or other recreational sports, whatever council decides. However, we are having a discussion about the financial requirements to meet your number one priority to move that development forward, and this is a major contribution to that project. So I just wanted to highlight that from the financial perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Jocelyn. That's very important, so thank you for that. I think I was pretty clear when we had the meeting in which the folks from Pickleball were here, that we weren't sure it was going to happen here, and if they were adamant to make that investment and take that risk, that it was a risk to be taken. And I don't think we could have been more clear with the pickleball organization that it was a risk, and we weren't sure it would happen with this property yet. So I could not support now in going forward and making an investment here, or having them make an investment if now they're going to want to be compensated for whatever amount of time they can't use the pickleball court. So I would suggest we have further conversation on this, because why would we spend taxpayers' dollars to redo a pickleball court, knowing that we are probably going to sell these lands and then have to give that money back to the pickleball organization? It makes absolutely no sense. But I'm quite surprised that that's the request I'm hearing that they are looking for, because I don't think we could have been more clear. It was a lengthy conversation here at the council table with those folks here listening and being a part of that. Andrew?
Mr. Mayor, thank you, because when the MOU appeared in my inbox, I too was a little surprised by it, to see that clause, and that's why I didn't want to move forward with it until we had this conversation, because that was not my understanding either. So if that group is looking for the potential for compensation, my recommendation would not be to enter into an MOU.
So, Madam Clerk, with respect to that, that's an item I guess we'll have to come back to the next council meeting. I don't know that we can deal with that today, can we?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just having a couple thoughts run through my head.
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I guess the way we deal with that today is we just simply don't enter into that MOU. Correct?
I believe it would be the best idea. Council did approve the motion that the funding in the amount of $7,000, the funding source of which to be determined by the CFO, to be paid proportionately over a 3-year term based on if the Wasaga Beach Pickleball Club's use of those courts ceases. That's what council has approved. To the CAO's point, they've now countered the proposal. So I do feel it's prudent to bring it back to the council table for another look and consideration based on the information that's before you today.
Okay, so I think we're clear what we need to do and how we need to handle that. Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, through the chair. It's one thing to put a value on the property, but then, we are in a market that is a little soft. So, when we look at the original discussion and you look at how long it might take to sell the property and then the development process of that property, I think it's still very likely that they're going to get 2 or 3 years. So we're only talking on the original plan a couple $1,000s. Their counter is 7. So we go back and say, no, it's the original agreement or nothing. But has there been any interest in this property?
So
I'm sorry. Okay, I was just going to say, let's not comment on that at this point, but if you want to answer the other part, Mr. CAO.
Sure, through you, Mr. Mayor. I won't comment on any interest on the property. What I will share is the value that has been put on the property comes from the local realtors who understand the market today. So I think they've put a valuation that they believe is fair and reasonable. The decision whether or not to enter into an MOU is something that I think council needs to decide. When it landed in my inbox, I was uncomfortable with the terms, and I would like to bring it back to council, because if we are potentially exposing taxpayer to pay back money, I would like that to be a council decision, because that is not the direction we were given.
I think that's clearly understood, so we'll make sure that's coming back to council. All right, anyone else have any other questions or comments on this matter? All right, seeing none then, recommended motion is that the report titled 425 River Road West Facility, highest and best use proposal to council be received, and that the council deem the 425 River Road West property surplus, and that council direct the CAO to place the property for sale at the appropriate time as per discussions in the attached business case. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder for this, please. Councillor White, Deputy Mayor Snell, all in favor? Oh, sorry, recorded vote. Yes, go ahead, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Blanchet.
In favor?
Councillor Eagle.
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Now moving on to the Beachfront Development Town Capital Works Financial Plan. And this was pulled by Councillor Belanger and Councillor White. Councillor White, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate that. I wasn't around the last term of council when they went ahead and did the current TPAL without the funding from other levels of government. Was it discussed back then that we should be selling this as a funding mechanism for that?
Through your worship, no, there was no discussion of selling lands back at the time when we were making the decision about the TPAL.
Okay. One more, if I might. Thank you, Your Worship. Through you. Okay, so one of the comments that you make in your report, great report, by the way, I loved it, was that talking about like a downturn in development charges and taxes that you're expecting based on the economic situation that we're seeing. However, we had 4 public meetings today. There's maybe some commercial development going on in the business park that we're not knowing about, and all these different things. I see a lot of development happening in town. How do you reconcile what I see here in council versus your comments in your report?
Through your worship, thank you for the question. So the funding gap that I've talked about is aside from that. I'm saying we already have this financial situation, assuming everything goes normal, where we collect $5.5 million of new development charges in each year, because that's typically what we will collect. As of June, we've collected $1 million. That's considerably a long way to go to the end of the year. And the information I'm receiving from other departments is that things are slow. There's a lot sitting there. There's a lot to happen. Right now, the uptake isn't there as the economy is looking at the interest rate and the impact it's having on development. So even if that materializes by the end of the year and we get back on track, we still have this funding gap aside from all of that. It would just be that much worse if we did not stay on track with our DCs that normally we would receive. Does that help to answer your question?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, it's starting to. Did you want to jump in?
Sorry, just go ahead, Councillor, and then I'll go to the CAO.
No, I'm just trying to get an understanding. When you gave some breakdowns of where the reserves were at, whether the obligatory or and they kind of count down to pretty low numbers, and yet, we're doing all these different things to fill this gap in, but what's beyond the short-term gap problems, do you foresee us coming to this situation again in a few years, or does the future growth and future development seem to be sustainable for what our needs are?
Madam CFO, and then I'm going to go to the CAO.
Yes. Shall I go? Okay, thanks. So yes, I do believe this is an interim cash flow shortage because we do have even the development itself is going to start to generate revenues. And that's one of the problems that I've tried to clarify here. This is a timeline issue of the cash is short in this next 3-year window because we have to put out $20 million on the first phase of the development work, and our work has to go first before the developers. But as soon as the developers start their work, the cash flow starts to come back into the town and it starts to replenish. So I'm not so concerned in the outlook years, I'm concerned in these first 3 to 4 years where we have another large project on top of our TPAL project, our River Road West project, and a few other large waterworks projects that we have as well. When we combine all of that together in this 5-year window that we've done, we've had very, very large expenditures. But do I see that being a problem in the longer term? No, I don't.
And I think important to note, just for the public here, is that this is how development charges work. Often municipalities front end the expense, and then, of course, you get that back through development charges. And a good example of this, we have communities, I won't mention any names around us, who are facing some serious issues within their municipalities now because councils over the years have not agreed or desired to front end projects that perhaps they should have or could have, and they would have been getting those dollars back through DCs. They're now in a situation where they can't do it, and developers aren't prepared to front end it for them. So they're kind of at a stalemate sitting there thinking, when are we going to get what we require in order to move the community forward? Mr. CAO?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to share with council, this is not abnormal. Communities go through this. It is a very positive sign. We had 4 public meetings today. Virtually every meeting we have, there are more development being proposed. That is good. There is strong interest in Wasaga Beach. The macroeconomic conditions right now are pretty tough. Development has essentially flatlined in Southern Ontario. There is very little sales and product being built in Toronto and the GTA. So when the market is down, that's when you plan, that's when you get your house in order, and then when they see the glimmer of hope, that's when they launch their sales. So we will come out, I think we're in the bottom of the market, but we're starting to climb. So that is all encouraging. Again, this is nothing new. Others have gone through this before. What we are trying to do as staff is at the same time get our house in order. We have real estate holdings that this community, many staff had actually forgotten what we actually owned. So I think it's prudent in this temporary lull that we're in, if we can bridge the gap before the market comes back and actually be able to unlock value in some of our land so we don't have to raise taxes. That's important. We don't want to have to raise taxes to bridge this when we can unlock and get value out of lands that are not being used. The arena's been shuttered.
Go ahead, Councillor White.
So to that point, like, how are we set up to weather the storm beyond this? Let's just assume that if you're saying this is normal and there's natural ebbs and flows in these cash flow situations, you know, what happens 20 years from now when we're sitting here, well, I'm not going to be sitting here, but like when the next council is sitting here and they're looking at this same problem, are they going to have that flexibility to sell off some lands? Like, where is, like, how much more buffer do we have?
Thank you. So again, what you're doing is you're putting development in that is going to bring new tax revenues that today you don't have available, that future councils will. So you've roughly, from assuming the full development completes, I'm going by memory here, but I think we're around the $3.5 to $4 million in tax revenue in perpetuity once the full development is out and completely done. So that brings new revenue streams in for new projects. These projects will bring in development charges, a lot more significant dollars in development charges as well, that will help next councils move those next projects forward as well. So again, I see the funding streams coming in the future for future decisions, and that we're paying for what we're doing today and all that we have done recently. We're making the commitments to pay and stay ahead of our requirements, our commitments, so that the next councils are not burdened.
Mr. CAO?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. What you just asked, Councillor White, is a very important question. Wasaga Beach, for the past 30, 40 years, hasn't really had to worry about it because we've been in rapid greenfield. The money's flowing in. Where we are at the stage in our evolution, we need to be smarter. And again, we're in a transition phase. All municipalities go through this. I went through it in Mississauga. I was going through it in Brampton. We're just starting to go through it here. We need to grow smarter so that we don't get in these precarious positions in the future. Sprawl is very difficult to afford in the long term. That's why we're turning our attention towards infill, intensification, making better use of infrastructure, making sure that we create more value in serviced areas. Again, there's a whole menu of things that we can do to grow smarter, and it's really important to the long-term financial sustainability of this municipality. We can't keep doing what we've been doing, or we're going to hit this wall repeatedly. So what you're seeing from staff, and I think this council has embraced it, is a different way of doing business because we have to. And we don't want to wait until we hit a really difficult period. We want to start doing it now before all of our greenfield lands are built out. Mississauga waited too long. They had $1 billion reserve fund and they blew through it in a couple of years because they waited too long to plant in a smarter way. So I think all the things that you're hearing from staff are going to get us to your question. And it's a very important question.
So then the big question, thank you for that. And then the big question comes, are we expecting the end game of the collection of DCs for that major development at the beachfront to at least cover the costs of what we're going to be doing down there to move that road up to do all that infrastructure down there?
Through your worship, I don't believe it will cover 100% of, it would cover probably 100% of the uneligible portion, but I don't know that it would cover the entire works that we have to do. But it will definitely make a significant contribution to that.
I think maybe, Councillor, you're looking to have an understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is will the development charges pay for what is required for the developer in order to move forward? Yeah. And I think there's a big difference because there are municipal projects and things that we have to do to maintain and to improve that are not development driven necessarily, and yet there are things that we collect development charges to pay for development. And so there's always been out there this saying that development should pay for development. And that is true, but the misunderstanding by many is that just because a development happens doesn't mean all of the costs involved in upgrading at that time are done simply because of that development. We know, for example, on Beach Drive and in that area, we have to upgrade no matter what some of those sewer, wastewater lines because we have pumping stations, so on and so forth. We know that the pipes that are in the ground are undersized and need to be bigger. That would need to be done at some point anyway by the municipality. The development charges I think we'll receive for the development that's happening down there will most likely, and I'm looking to the CFO here, will cover the costs that are directly development driven based on the development occurring. Is that a fair statement?
I would say yes, that's a fair statement because of the works to be done there, it's 50% DC eligible. So if you have a $20 million project, $10 million of it is DC eligible. And yes, I do believe we will incur that in development charges through the projects.
Thank you, Madam CFO. And that's directed and dictated by the province, what is DC chargeable and what isn't. So it's not our decision to make that. Okay, anybody else have questions or comments on this? Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, through the chair. A couple of things is, we talked an awful lot about the many lots. I think it was around 72 lots that the parks still own that we could have been collecting property tax on, but it didn't mention much in the report about the 20 surplus lots we're looking at. These are all infill lots, the infrastructure is already there, and they've been sitting for maybe 20 or 30 years, and we're collecting no property tax on those. So not only do we get the value of the sale of the lot, but on those 20 lots, we'll start collecting property tax and development charges as soon as the development occurs, and that's no small amount of money. But I think the biggest thing, and I've reminded a number of times, is I go back to the original meeting on the original vision of the master plan, where our CAO, who was Director of Planning at the time, had studied the most successful downtowns in North America. And many of them were taking up 2.5% of the land mass and generating up to 25% of the community's revenue. And to Councillor White's concern, we know we're a community that has been 4 or 5% commercial tax base, which is, I think, KMFP or, yeah, they indicated that we were the worst community they had ever looked at, a balance between the requirement of, or the reliance on property tax versus commercial tax. And we have an opportunity with what we're embarking upon is to really generate, to be a catalyst to entice development, to finish the downtown, to intensify, and the kind of dollars involved in that. If in the vision, in the drawings we did, when we have condominium, single level elevator access living across our downtown with beautiful commercial, and once that's up and we collect development charges and the property taxes, where the infrastructure is already in place. Like, so we get all the benefit of the increased revenue without the tremendous increased cost if we were starting from ground zero. So I'm excited, and the development, we have to do whatever we can do to expedite how quickly that can be done.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? All right, it's really about dollars per linear foot. That's what it boils down to. And when we look at the development, I know that there'll be people out there who are saying that, you know, we're going to become Toronto. We're a long, long way from becoming Toronto. We're a long, long way from becoming Barrie. That's for certain. But what we do know is that, you know, we've had 2 years of fairly high tax increases, and we know why. It was to cover off the cost of the TPAL and then the operating expenses of the TPAL, but we've got that. We've got that at hand now, or darn close, we hope. Chris, I'm looking at you, darn close, I hope. But, you know, we now need to get back into the realities and you know, make sure that we're doing the best we can for tax levels that are affordable by our residents. And there are people out there who will argue the only affordable tax rate increase is zero. And I would argue all day long that zero will put you in a spot where so many municipalities are in today because of so many councils saying, oh, we're going to go 0%, so we get reelected. As opposed to what is right, what is needed, and then what is reasonable that the taxpayer can afford. And I'm confident that this council and staff will be working hard towards making that happen. But what we know for certain is that we have a lot of surplus land, and we're not alone. It's not just the town of Wasaga Beach, I guarantee you, that is looking at divesting of surplus lands. Lots of municipalities are doing this. The province is doing this. The feds have been doing this for several years now. The feds have been selling federal land and leasing, as a matter of fact, for several years now. So this is not a new concept. We're not selling out the future of Wasaga Beach and getting rid of every piece of property so we'll never be able to put in another park. because the reality is that new development is going to have to give us land in order to put parks in place and so on and so forth. So we'll hear that the sky is falling over this, but I'm confident that, getting more tax dollars per linear foot is what's required of every municipality. We have all learned that urban sprawl will bankrupt Ontario or North America if we don't get a handle on it. And does that mean we're going to have high-rise buildings on every block? No. But it means if we can get that density up and we can get more dollars, tax dollars per linear foot, and we can get a higher tax base from our commercial, that is only going to alleviate the pressure on our residential taxpayers, and that's very important. All right, we do have a motion that Beachfront Development Town Capital Works Financial Plan 2024-07-29-10, the reported title Beachfront Development Town Capital Works Financial Plan to the Special Council meeting of July 29th, 2024 be received, and that the Council approve the financial recommendations outlined in this report to advance the beachfront redevelopment, consisting of selling the property at 425 River Road West promptly and allocating $5.5 million of the proceeds to the funding gap to be invested in short-term GICs and drawn as required, and B, selling properties the town has identified as surplus to address the remaining $9.2 million funding gap on a multi-year approach aligned with cash flow needs. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Eagle. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Blanchet.
In favor?
Councillor Eagle.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
That carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And now moving on to the signed bylaw, AMPS bylaw amendment 2024-07-2909, and this was pulled by Councillor White. Councillor?
Thank you, Your Worship. I wanted to direct a couple of questions at General Rogers, if I might. In talking about window covering percentages, I know that we just had to talk about this, but I'm a little bit concerned about what about places where you should cover the windows? And I'm talking about maybe a vape store or a cannabis store. Like, what's the mechanism there to make sure that this happens properly?
Through Your Worship, to the councillor, yeah, any business that is licensed by a higher authority than us, some of those, licenses require them to completely obstruct their windows. So that would trump our bylaw anyway. So in those instances where, businesses are required as part of their approvals to obstruct the view from the outside in, we wouldn't be targeting those.
Thank you, Your Worship. Now, with window coverings, this is about sign window coverings, right, like graphics and advertisements. If somebody wants to put up a curtain or an awning or something over the window, that's not part of a sign, is it?
Through Your Worship, well, it's exactly what we've seen, actually, is that signs have become a window treatment rather than a blind or a curtain. So, it's 100, you can still hang your curtains, you can still put blinds up inside your windows, but you're not going to do it with signs.
Thank you. And then I would really like to kind of get an understanding of what is the difference, or how do you delineate between decor and a sign? For example, an earlier example of an umbrella that says, beer logo A or beverage logo B or whatever on it versus a sign. Like, what's the difference between a promotional gear and a sign?
Through Your Worship. If it's, the sign is average, I could read you the sign definition, but I don't think you want me to do that. If we're seeing something that doesn't fit specifically into the defined signs, the types of signs that we have in the bylaw, then, there is a variance process available to people for such things. I don't know if I'm getting where you were going with your question, but if we see something that doesn't fit one of the precise sign types within the bylaw, at that point, we would be dealing with something that is prohibited unless we can find a way to put it through the variance process. Is that making sense?
Thank you, Your Worship. You actually answered my next question. No, I guess what I'm looking for is, like if I have a patio umbrella that says, you know, Tuesday night's wing night and, you know, 10-cent wings or whatever, versus one that just has a Perrier logo on it for Coca-Cola logo or whatever, like one's a sign and one's not a sign in that case, is that correct? Or are they both fine?
I think if it's, you know, if we start to see things that are advertising a product, you know, that I think would be tending towards, like a product that is for sale, like if it's, you know, $4.99 wing night, if we start to see all of those things kind of popping up, I think that that would very, very clearly start to sort of go into the territory of a sign. But a simple Coors Light umbrella, it's not a sign.
That's good. One last one. So the way that you've got it structured is that the amps, so any violations or whatever, like at the end of the line, you're enforcing amps for owners or whatever, business owners, and the renters, how would that be managed? Is that then they all just go through POA for renters?
Yeah, so we were trying to make sure that our, you know, enforcement of the bylaw can be as effective as possible. And I heard it quite a bit when we brought forward the AMPS program. There was a lot of comments about, you know, often if it's somebody from out of town, and let's say if we're talking about a noise violation, and we issue an AMPS penalty, it becomes very difficult to enforce it. But when you read the OREG, it's very clear in the OREG that it says that if you designate a bylaw, that you cannot use provincial offenses to enforce that bylaw. It doesn't say that you have to designate the entire bylaw. So I kind of went away from that conversation at the June 13th council meeting and did some reading and some imagining about how we could maybe come at this a little bit differently, and sort of ran the idea past Barriston, whether we could just designate part of the bylaw and still avail ourselves of provincial offenses. The legal opinion was favorable to be able to do that. So in this particular case, we've said that if it's a business that is operating in a location that they own, should we issue an AMPS penalty in that case, the collection of the proceeds from that fine is pretty easy through the tax roll. However, if it's somebody that is just a tenant, it might be a little bit more difficult for us to be able to chase down the proceeds from those fines. So by having that section of the bylaw undesignated, we avail ourselves of provincial offenses and can have that process for collecting fines. Clear as mud?
Yeah, it does, thank you. No, the fact that it's well thought out and it's vetted legally, and we've kind of got these, understanding of, this is not, coming for your patio signs and your baseball caps. I'm just glad to hear that you got that right. So I'm good. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, and it's a great question. So it brings a question for me that I think I'll put forth before I go to anyone else, because it adds to Councillor White. So with water charges, doesn't matter whether you're a tenant. If the water bill doesn't get paid, we hold the landowner responsible. And so I look at this and say, why wouldn't we do the same with AMPS? Now, that requires another step to ensure that the landlord is aware that this is happening, but it then puts the onus on the landlord to pull their tenant into compliance, or they face having to pay that penalty if the tenant doesn't. So I don't know if we need to change anything there or if we need to bring anything back to council, but I think that's something we seriously need to look at, because otherwise you'll have a good majority of businesses are tenants. So again, if we're going to put a bylaw or a structure in place, I've said it many times, it needs to be something that we can actually enforce and has teeth and that people are going to feel. So if we're concerned about not being able to collect that AMPS penalty from a tenant, then I think we need to do an amendment that then says we notify the tenant if there's a violation, we notify the tenant and the landlord. And ultimately, the landlord's responsible. And that then causes the landlord to ensure that their tenant complies, or they face the fact that they're going to pay the bill. Very much the same as our water charges. Does that make sense?
Through you, Your Worship. I see where you're going with it, and I've had the conversations with the lawyer about being able to penalize the property owner for the act actions of somebody that is leasing from them. And I think we're getting into a bit of a stretch there in terms of the legality of that. So, it's not that the POA system isn't effective. Like we can have part one, and in the case of the sign bylaw, we have part one offenses, so we're able to issue those tickets. And the penalty is pretty much the same as I believe it's pretty much the same as our AMPS penalty. So I don't think this is necessarily an exposure. I think it's an enhancement. And I think it's a bit of, I've been advised several times by Sarah that it's a bit of a stretch to be able to go after, the landlord, renting a space to a business that happens to have a non-compliant sign. I think possibly if it's a sign that's affixed to the building, we could put the owner on notice. But I think it would become a little bit more cumbersome when we were talking about all the different types of signs that are in the bylaw. But I'll definitely look into it further.
Yeah, I think we absolutely need to look into it further. I would go back then to property standards, because this is another case then. So we're going to use the AMPS program with respect to property standards. But again, if there are many tenants who are on triple net leases where it's their responsibility to look after the property, and I could probably name 15 businesses off the top of my head that absolutely need to be chatted with. So they're a tenant and they say, well, I'm not going to cut the grass, or I'm not going to fix the problem that is an eyesore to the rest of the community. I think we have to have a way to enforce that through the property owner then, if their tenant is not going to comply. At the end of the day, it's their property, and they're receiving remuneration, or hopefully they're receiving remuneration for that tenant. So I think it's something we absolutely need to look a little further into. Councillor Belanger?
Yes, just through the chair, as you were discussing that, now the AMPS program is, I thought it was if a penalty goes unpaid, that it would be affixed to the property tax. But in the case of a business who's a tenant, could we not, I know we're reviewing the business licenses, could we not have part of that is that if you're not in good standing related to the bylaw and AMPS, that your business license would not be renewed? That we might be able to do, and that might be very effective as well, so.
Yeah, through your worship, yes. And that's an area where our current licensing bylaw, will be strengthened when we bring it back. But I just want to also stress that, when we're enforcing bylaws, it's very important that we use the enforcement mechanisms contained within the bylaw that we're seeking to get compliance with as the leverage, and not necessarily an approval through a licensing regime. That said, we still can impose special conditions and whatnot, and we could definitely, incorporate it into our licensing bylaw that we would expect that the bylaws of the municipality are respected.
All right, thank you. Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. I like Councillor Blanche's line of thinking, and to add to Mayor Smith's point, maybe what we can do is just make it policy that the tenant gets notified, but the owner also receives a copy of the notification. That way they're up to speed on what's happening in their property, and once those start to collect, and you got 7 days, you got 2 days, here's a fine. And also, most importantly, that the tenant sees that the landlord has been CC'd. Right? Because then you connect the two pieces, which will help with your compliancy, in my opinion.
My apologies, Councillor Timms. You had your hand up earlier, and I wrote you down, and then I got sidetracked, so my apologies.
No worries, Your Worship. I wanted to sort of build on something Councillor White was talking about. When is a sign decor and when is decor a sign? This bylaw will crack down on, or should be already cracking down on, all the promotional signs that we see. Lots of patios put up on their fencing, etc., without even getting into a great big mural down on the beach that promotes a product that I don't know the history of, but I bet sponsorship hasn't been paid on that for a long time. But that's information. I think that's important when it comes to signage on patios, that I'm not sure all our business community fully understands that.
All report. Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, we have a motion that, recommended motion that the report titled Signed Bylaw and AMPS Bylaw Amendment to the Special Council meeting of July 29, 2024 be received, and the Council adopt Bylaw 2024-59 to amend Bylaw 2021-68, cited as the signed bylaw, and that Council adopt Bylaw number 2024-60 to amend Bylaw number 2024-40, cited as the AMPS bylaw. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Councillor White, Councillor Timms, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Belanger.
In favor?
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And we'll now move on to item number 8 on the agenda, which is closed session. That pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the next portion of the July 29, 2024 Special Council meeting will move into closed session to consider the following matters. 9.1 Beachfront Hotel Letter of Intent, Section 239-2I. Number 9.2 Municipal Lease Agreement, Section 239-2K. And 9.3 Employment Matters, Section 239-2B. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Timms, seconded by Councillor Ego. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. We'll take 5 minutes and then
Through your worship, we're live.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and we'll now look to our clerk for a rise and report.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council entered closed session on July 29, 2024 at 4:45 p.m. to discuss the following matters. Item 9.1, Beachfront Hotel, in accordance with Section 239(2)I. Item 9.2, Municipal Lease Agreement, in accordance with Section 239(2)K. And item 9.3, Employment Matters, in accordance with Section 239(2)B. As a result of these discussions, staff direction was provided in accordance with the Municipal Act. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And next on the agenda is item number 11, which is bylaws. And a recommendation that the bylaws 2024-59, 2024-60, 2024-61, and 2024-62 be received and to be deemed and read a first, second, and third time, passed and numbered. Could I have a mover and a seconder for these bylaws, please? Moved by Councillor Eagle and seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? That carries unanimously. All right, and this meeting is adjourned.